Hello everyone, this is All 22 and a few film review. Starting the 2025 draft stream, gonna be having my friend join me here in a second, but the Jags just traded up to number 2 with the Browns. Something that I don't think anybody ever saw happen. That insane, insane. Man, absolutely crazy. It's gotta be for Janty. Actually, no, it would make you feel like it's for Genty, but I feel like they could sit and pick for Genty. It's got to be for Hunter, which is insane. Insane. I can't even think I didn't think it was Hunter for a second. But them getting Hunter completely destroys my mock, first of all, and completely destroys any thought of the Browns trying to get Hunter and Shador on the same team. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. They have 4 minutes to turn it in. You have to imagine it's going to be Hunter. Absolutely crazy stuff. Man, I need to look. I need to try to look at what the trade stuff was. Hide that for the moment. So that tells me what I said in my final predictive mock is that Shador might go 9. I don't think the Browns would try to give up getting Travis Hunter if they thought that they had the ability to get both Hunter and Shador on the same team. Now, the Browns traded the fifth, their second, or they get the fifth, the Jaguars' second, and their fourth for this pick. An absolute giant haul. That is crazy, crazy work. I mean, he's worth it. He's the number one overall pick in my opinion. I mean, if this is Travis Hunter, which you got to think it is, but absolutely insane work. It is worth a haul in my opinion. He is the number one player in this class for me. I don't think this is Abdul just because they have a Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker. Sorry, I was forgetting his name, but man, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Sorry, I'm moving stuff around in the stream. Oh, that changes on here too. That's whack. Um, Crazy work.
Recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one
Shouldn't lean
player
in that far.
each
I don't
year
know
who
if
best
anybody's watching it.
represents
It's not letting me
greatness
check. If anyone's
and
in,
compassion both on and
oh
off
no,
the
no one's
field
in. Never mind.
and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, I want to say thank you to the commissioner, thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and nationwide, and also too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade.
Absolutely
The Cleveland
crazy.
Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
It's got to be
With the second
Travis.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver,
Absolutely crazy,
defensive back
man.
from
The
Colorado.
Jags making the first splash of the 2025 draft class so far, trading up to number 2 from number 5 to take Travis Hunter. Crazy, crazy, crazy work. People thought they were maybe going with the Genty route at 5, maybe Mason Graham. I don't think anyone thought they were going to be trading up to 2, or that the Browns would trade out of 2 and give up getting Shador and Genty on the same team. But man, what an absolute get for the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. Crazy, crazy work. I don't know why this isn't updating. There we go. For the one person that just hopped in here, welcome in. It's just me at the moment before my other buddy joins the call, but hope you're enjoying yourself. Let me know if anything's going on that is too loud. But Giants here, it's got to be Abdul Carter. What I projected to do in my predictive final mock, I think they're going to take Abdul Carter here. I don't think they trade out. Man, what an interesting first jump for the Giants, man. That is, or the for the Jags. Probably going to be playing a good mix of outside corner and wide receiver for them. I can't imagine they would keep him off the field both ways, considering their roster. They do have a lot of receivers, so it's not like they have to give him heavy snaps. They have a Gabe Davis. They have Parker Washington, who got a lot of snaps for them last year. Of course, Brian Thomas. So they have a lot of bodies in there. They don't have to rely on him a bunch if they want to use him a lot more in a coverage route, in a corner route, which they definitely need. They said they like Ja'Cory and Grant on the outside. They have Tyson Campbell on the outside, but Tyson Campbell's been very injury prone throughout his career. This is such an interesting get and a very good get for them. I'm very happy for the Jags. Man, crazy first get. Man, good for him. The pick is already in for the Giants. It's got to be Abdul Carter, man. Crazy. So far the mock is so far 3 for 3 in terms, or 2 for 2 in terms of where guys are going, with Cam Ward at 1, Travis Hunter at 2, but not to the Jags. That is crazy. I had them taking Genty. I did say that their general manager in his first year would go up and try to make a splash. Didn't think it was going to be that much of a splash. Absolute crazy work, but man, good for him. That is crazy, crazy, crazy work. Hey, what's up, Q? It's not telling me you're in here right now if you just got in here. Alright, we're back, we're back, we're back. Hey, Q. What's up, my brother? So I don't know if you saw it or not, but the Jags traded up to number 2, getting Travis Hunter, which is crazy, crazy work. They traded their, of course, their first round pick to get up to their second and their fourth this year. So a big haul, but absolutely worth it in my opinion. I think it's a good spot for him. They have a lot of wide receivers that are playable on roster right now, so it's not like he's going to have to take a ton of snaps offensively if they want to play him in a defensive role also. They also have 2 outside corners right now, so if they wanted to lean more offensively, they could play him in a more of a slot or nickel or more of a rotational role. It's honestly kind of a perfect spot for him because they can lean anywhere because they have bodies at those positions. Even though he's kind of better than the bodies they have, he can really go any direction they want him to go. But man, the draft is flying right now. Usually they take like the whole 10-minute clock, but these picks are coming in. Right now we're 3 for 3 on the predictive mock. I had Cam going 1, Travis Hunter 2, Abdul 3. Did not have the Jags getting Hunter at 2, so that is wrong. I had them getting Genty. I said in my final mock that I thought their GM, first year GM, youngest GM in the league, I thought he was going to try to make a splash. Did not think it was going to be this, but that is crazy, crazy work. I love that for them, though, man. I didn't think the Browns would trade out of that spot. They must be. I wonder if they're going Shador at 5. They must be if they're trading out and just kind of letting Abdul and Travis kind of walk, but that's very, very interesting. Now, the Abdul to 3, that just had to be the pick. It might mean that the Giants are moving on from Kayvon Thibodeau, but we'll see. Yeah, no, he's very hyped there. Him with Brian Burns, that's the fastest fastest edge group in the league. Brian Burns and Abdul Carter off the edges, like absolutely elite burning. Crazy work. They're gonna have. They're probably gonna move on from Kayvon. If not, you know, that's a very good three rotation. He just doesn't seem like the type of person that's gonna want to sit there and kind of be a three. But I know we'll see. We'll see. Man, good for the Jags though. Absolutely love that for the Jags getting Travis Hunter. Super exciting. See what the Patriots come in with here. I think this is Will Campbell. Different routes they could go here. Maybe Armand Membu. If they have Armand Membu so much higher than a Will Campbell that they would rather transition him to tackle, or they think that Will Campbell's a guard, I could see this being Armand Membu. If you're looking at a skill position, maybe they go Tet, but I don't think so. Maybe Mason Graham. I think this is most likely going to be Will Campbell. If it is Will Campbell, going to be what I mocked for them, and we would be 4 for 4, which would be pretty sick. But interesting to see what the Browns do at 5. I appreciate you hopping in chat queue. Tori's supposed to be in here talking with me soon. I don't know where he's at though, but I appreciate you hopping in here. Yeah, I think this has got to be Will Campbell. Don't really think it's going to be anything else. Second highest probability behind him, maybe Tet, maybe Mason Graham. I don't think they would think that Armand Membu is that much better at right that they would slide him into left over Will Campbell, but this is going to be a really telling pick of how the league sees Will Campbell, at least of how the Patriots see Will Campbell, obviously. But if they don't pick him right here, then the league's probably a little bit lower on him, and we might see him slide. Now, how that shakes up the board down the road, Ashton Jeanty. Oh, I didn't even think about Ashton Jeanty at this spot. Ashton Jeanty is a real possibility for the Patriots at 4 here. Ramondre Stevenson has been injury riddled recently. Antonio Gibson doesn't stop you from drafting anyone. This could really be an Ashton Jeanty slot. Everyone was kind of starting to think that Ashton Jeanty was going to be the pick at 5, maybe Mason Graham. We might see a Mason Graham slide now. You know, if we go to look at down the board, not 100% sure the Raiders take. Actually, the Raiders really could use Mason Graham. That might be BPA at that spot. Ooh, that would be very, very interesting. But also Armand Membu if they don't trust in DJ Glaze. This is interesting, man. The draft seemed very, very chalk, and all of a sudden it's not chalk anymore. You think it's Campbell? Ooh, Campbell would be interesting for them. They just paid, uh, what's his face? Sorry, I'm forgetting his name. From Boston College. They just paid an edge rusher a ton of money. I'm forgetting who it was, but out of Boston College, Campbell wouldn't 100% be an edge rusher, but he would probably help them a lot in the pass rush compartment because they still need a lot of juice. They don't have a lot of middle linebacker depth, so I really like Campbell in this spot. He did have a surgery in the off season, so apparently he's gonna slide down to that. Due to that, happens a lot, you know. Yeah, DJ Glaze is an all-time name, actually, 100%, man. DJ Glaze is an all-time name. Oh, is it showing it on this screen too? Lamau, get out of here, jabroni. Hold on. Technical difficulties, chat. Oh shoot, oh shoot. Yeah, Will Campbell. So, okay, I'm 4 for 4 for picks projected so far in players per slot. We're 4 for 4. The easiest four of the draft to project, but hey, not everyone projected Will Campbell right here at 4. Not everyone did. I did. Definitely worth the pick in my opinion. If we go to actually, let me show this back already. Damn, the pick is already in for the Browns. So I feel like this has got to be Shador if they were to trade down and give up Hunter in that spot. If we look at our board, we'll cross out everyone that's already been taken off the board already. So this is my big board spreadsheet. I was gonna get the top 75 out to you guys today, but a lot of technical difficulties, power outage, internet outage. It's literally everything is just saying no. So it's really tough stuff. But if we look at Will Campbell, he was the number 6 person left on my board. Definitely 100% worth the pick in my opinion. I think he could still play left tackle, and that's what they're going to try to do with him. Yes, he has shorter arms. It definitely does come into play sometimes because he plays with really high pad level. Let me get a quick demonstration in for you, Q. Since you're the only one in here right now. So when you're playing with low leverage right here, you're squatted, right? You're able to keep low leverage and keep your arms up. But when you play super high, then you're like straight out and you get a little bit more leany in your upper body and you're a little bit less stable. And it definitely comes into play. He has shorter arms for tackle, one of the shortest arms we've ever seen in a tackle. And he plays high, so if he tones down that, he's going to be fine. But if not, it can hurt him, and they might have to slide him to guard. But other than that, I think he's fine. Yeah, you got to protect your QB, and yeah, it's got to be Shador. Actually, let's get back to the board real quick. If let's scheme out real quick. If this isn't Shador Sanders, who is this? Ashton Genty, maybe. Um, that's a very high possibility in my opinion. Who I don't think it's a super high possibility, just like in general. But if we're gonna look at who's there, if it's not Shador, Nick Chubb just left. They need some running juice. I can definitely see this trying to be Genty if they're trying to make a splash. Don't really think it's anyone else. Maybe Armand Membu if they're trying to replace Jack Conklin, but very highly unlikely in my opinion. Hey, you love to see it, man. You love to see it for him giving his heartfelt speech out here.
I'm gonna fight and die to protect them with everything I got.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Running through a brick wall. You love to see it. Yeah, what I projected they were going to do, I think he can still play left tackle. If he fails at left tackle, he's still probably going to be a great guard for you. I think he can make that transition as long as he learns to get his pad level down, play with some more knee flexion. But he's very athletic. He's still relatively young, not old for a prospect like at all. So really think he's going to be able to do it. Not very, very, very scared about that pick. Now, for the Giants here, oh, this is 100% got to be Shador Sanders. If it's not, Ashton Genty would probably be my pick. If it's not Ashton Genty, I don't know why they traded back. Or if it's not Shador Ashton, I don't know why they traded back. But this is interesting. If this is Shador, this means that the league is really, really high on, or not really high, but higher on Shador than we all thought. A lot of people started thinking he would fall out of the first round or fall to the back half. So if this is him right here, then that means the Saints were probably trying to scalp him at 9. Yeah, Genty's possible. I'm not saying like it's likely by any stretch of the imagination, but like it's a possibility, you know. Also, Q, let me know if my mic is too loud at all. I have no idea. It wouldn't let me like test listening or anything. No way! It just got spoiled before. Oh no shot! No way! No way! All right, I might have to hide that because it's coming in quicker, but
The Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
yo,
Welcome in a Wolverine to the mix. It's
that's
Mason Graham
crazy.
going to Cleveland. No Travis Hunter, second overall. They have fifth overall in
You
the
know,
draft.
they need picks. They're a team that isn't great, and they got three more picks in trading back 3 seconds back, or 3 spots back, but that's crazy. You're passing up on Travis Hunter to get Mason Graham? I really like Mason Graham. If we go to my board real quick, Mason Graham is listed at number 8. Not a bad player at all. I really like Mason Graham. Gonna take him off the giant big board. I don't think it's a bad pick. They definitely need interior defensive line help, and man, that is such a good defensive line now that he's over there. But absolutely wild stuff, man. Absolutely wild stuff. I didn't think that they would trade out of 2 to let go of Travis at all, but to trade out of 2 to get Mason Graham, like crazy work, crazy work. Good for them though, or good for the Jags though to get Travis Hunter. Crazy, 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 crazy work, man. Good for the Jags. So that's going to be an elite defensive line now, man. They got Miles Garrett, they got Mason Graham. That is nice interior exterior right there. Set up for the next 4 to 5 years. We look at the rest of the board. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. This is such a Browns move. I can't, but like, I can't agree with it in the sense that I have Travis Hunter ranked as a top 5 overall player. You're going to give him up to get someone who I have a true first round grade on at number 5, not even like a top 10 round or a top 10 or a top 5 on. Still a good player. I still think he works really well on this defensive line. I don't think it's a terrible pick, but to give up Travis Hunter for this is just interesting. Travis Hunter would not only help you so much on offense and defense, but that's so many jersey sales, ticket sales, media that that team needs. Very, very interesting move. Definitely, definitely a Browns move, like Nomad said in the chat. See to listen to what he's saying.
Phone call and you know you're about to line up next to Miles Garrett every day. How does that sound?
I mean, such a blessing. You know, he's a fierce competitor. I want to play with guys like that. And yeah, he's the real deal. So
Congratulations, Mason.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. In that league, you know, you got Joe Burrow, you got Lamar Jackson, uh, the Steelers, Mason Rudolph. You know, okay, But you got to be able to get after the quarterback. I understand doubling down. It's just the fact that you traded out of two and let Travis Hunter go is just absolutely insane. They got some really good capital back though. You got the fifth pick in the second round, and then you got a high pick in the fourth round. So that's some pretty decent capital. I don't know if it's enough capital to miss out on Travis for Mason Graham, but I still think Mason Graham's a really good player. I like I can't say I hate it. It's just a very interesting move.
In the 2025
They
NFL
rushed
Draft,
this in.
the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back,
That's who I mocked to them.
State.
So we're 4 for 4 on the players in the position that are picked so far from my predictive mock. Did not predict the Jags getting Genty though. Did not predict the Browns getting Graham, but did. Actually, no, I didn't predict this one. This was what I would do my mock draft. I'm mixing up mock drafts, but that's crazy work. Hey, no, Mason Rudolph. I'm sorry. Let me put some respect on Mason Rudolph's name. Yeah, my fault. My fault. I really like this for them. This is the pick I did in the what I would do mock draft series for the Raiders. I think this helps them out so much. They don't have a terrible offensive line, and he's such a good running back that he can make up for a little bit of a lack of an offensive line. Not to mention that they just got Geno Smith in, who thrives off a good running game. He needs someone to take some pressure off of him. This is absolutely perfect for him. And even after you move on from Geno, he's going to help your rookie that's going to come in. He's going to be in his prime at that point. Absolutely love this for them. Not the highest position of need for them, but I still think this is very, very good. Yeah, you knew this was happening in the AFC. Yeah, this is going to be tough being a Broncos fan, man. RIPU for real. So let's update the board again. That's Ashton Genty. That is my number 4 player coming off the board. That is very, very tough for the rest of the league. That or the specifically the Bears that maybe thought they would have been able to get him. Now we get to the Jets at 7. Has to be Armand Membu at this point. I don't think it's anybody but Armand Membu. Maybe Ted. That is my second one. Sorry, he doesn't like being called Ted. Tedero McMillan, T Mac. I think that is probably the second best option. He would fit really well with Garrett Wilson. I could see if it's not that though. Armand Membu, you need a right tackle so bad, and he's just so good. That is the biggest position in need. He's the highest person on my board. That's what I would do. That's where I think they're going to go. But man, Ashton Genty to the Raiders, good for them. In a class that people thought the top few picks were going to be a little bit clear cut, this has been anything but clear cut, man. This has been insane. Cam Ward going number 1. You know, everything we thought it was going to be. 2, the Jags trading up for Travis Hunter. Absolutely insane. Love that fit for them. Youngest GM in his first year, making a splash move. I think that is great for him. A move that is going to be linked to him for the rest of his career. You know, it's got to be a home run. That is probably the highest probability you're going to get of a home run in this class. The number 1 player on my board. Absolutely love that for them. Number 3, the Giants taking Abdul Carter. We absolutely saw that coming for them. You know, not much to say there. At 4, Will Campbell, who I predicted going to the Patriots in my predictive mock draft. So the first 4 picks, all kind of chalk as far as the players going off the board. Just JT was going crazy, but I went 4 for 4, so I'm feeling good as far as the mock draft goes so far. First one being wrong with Mason Graham, and then now Genty to the Raiders. Did not guess that one either, but love that fit for them. You don't think that's what they take? Oh, they could take Warren at tight end. I would definitely see that being hiding the wrong one. Sorry. I could definitely see the Jets taking Warren here. I think it's a little bit early to take a tight end. I have a true first round grade. You can see for Warren as we look on the left here, he is near the top BPA, so wouldn't hate it, wouldn't be shocked, but I think Armand Membu is just such a better fit and a better spot of need for them at this moment. But wouldn't hate that for them. Wouldn't hate Tederick McMillan for them. They could really go anywhere. This board's fallen out pretty nice for them. They probably did not expect for this to be going the way it's going so far. Really like that for them. I'd say probably my favorite pick so far is the Jags trading up for number 2. A decent amount of capital to do it, but that's something I don't think anyone saw them being able to do. Someone that helps them in a lackluster receiving core that has a decent amount of bodies, so he doesn't have to play a ton of snaps there, but really improves the room. And then same at the other side on corner, where it's very thin depth wise, and Tyson Campbell's had a lot of injuries. He could step in on nickel downs, on third downs, play meaningful snaps, whatever you want to do with him. I absolutely love that fit for the Jags, man. Yeah, Tyler Warren. I really like Tyler Warren. Not a bad pick at all for number 7 for them. I'm a big Armand Membu truther. If I'm gonna do anything in this draft, it's gonna be talking about Armand Membu because let me tell you, that man's a dog. Someone who, he might be 6'4", which is an incredible height for a tackle, but still has over a 33-inch arm, so he has good natural leverage, has absolute just crazy build at 330, so he's just super thick. Had an insane combine running a 491 at 330, which is one of the only people in combine history to be able to do that. Just love that dude, man. He had great tape, nasty in the run. Really like him. He's only 20. I can't talk enough about him. Say it's glazing. He's a dog. He's a dog. I hope he goes at number 7. If the Jets take Ted, do you think they trade Wilson or Lazard? Just throwing some names out. See, I would say that they would trade Lazard, but I don't think Lazard gets any value. Like, what are you going to trade for Alan Lazard? Day 3? I don't know. They could. I think they would move on from him. I think they're trying to look to just get rid of that Rodgers era entirely, and that's just kind of one more step to be able to do it. So I would really understand that pick for them if they were to go that route. They wouldn't trade Wilson. I don't think they would trade Wilson. They would work so well together. Garrett Wilson would be your prototypical Z, and Tet would be your prototypical X, where he's going to be doing a lot of your digs, a lot of your comebacks, a lot of your hitches on the outside, and Garrett Wilson is doing a lot of your crossing routes, a lot of your deep work, a lot of your speed outs, post corners. I would absolutely love that for them. As we see Roger Goodell come back out here, Armand Membu.
7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri, tackle.
So once again, no
That's
tight
right.
end. Instead,
That's
he
right.
is a member of the offensive
That is right. So, according to the predictive mock that I just posted today, we are what is that? 5 for 7 in terms of player spots, and 4 for 7 in terms of which team is picking who. So we're doing good so far. In a very unpredictable class, it's going pretty well. It's still early. It could still go very poorly, but early on, we're doing really good on predicting the picks. I take 5 for 7 any day of the week. Any day of the week. But Armand Membu comes off the board. Pretty chalk with what I thought would be going on so far. Best person on the board is Tederick McMillan to me. Don't think that the league views this the same way. For the Panthers next up, the chalk going on is Jalen Walker, which, if you know me, if you've listened to anything I've been doing, it's not anything that I agree with. I understand it. Super traitsy, super athletic, super insane flashes off the edge, even though he's not a full-time edge rusher. Just has so long to go in terms of learning the true nuances of edge rushing, and he is undersized, which definitely doesn't help him. It would be scary for me, but I get the upside. If he hits, he can be a top 10 edge rusher in the league, which is definitely worth the pick at number 8. But, if we look at my board right here, you talk about someone like Mike Green. Like, Mike Green knows how to rush day one. He can play against the run day one. This guy is a dog. But, it's the league values athleticism, they value traits. He's out of Georgia, which is also valued. Very high working guy, very high character guy. They rave about him over at Georgia. So I get it. I get it. Not what I would do again, but, you know, it's probably what's going to happen. If this isn't Jalen Walker, this is probably Tedderoa McMillan. Adam Thielen is getting pretty ancient, and he's probably on his way out pretty soon. They need a little bit more sure hands on the outside. Jalen Coker's pretty fun, but again, still very young and developing. Xavier Legette, they just drafted him last year, but doesn't keep you from getting another body in that room. You need 2 to 3 receivers to be able to thrive in the NFL. Sorry, we're at commercial break. What am I doing? Let me get that off your face. Um, yeah, I would really like the Tedderoa McMillan spot. Yeah, I would like to see Garrett Wilson somewhere else, man. He's a little bit in receiver hell right now. A lot of receivers unfortunately struggle with this, like D Hop for a decade with the Texans. Running through Tom Savage and Brock Osweiler, Ryan Mallett, all those guys down there. It was rough for him, but great receivers shine through it like Aaron Wilson does. I really hope he continues to be able to grow and thrive in an unfortunate situation like that. Hopefully Justin Fields steps up for them this year. I don't think he's the worst, honestly. I think you can get away with Justin Fields, but it's you got to have a plan. You got to have something in place for him. Like the Steelers had him at 4-2. That was the best possible plan you could have had in place for him. They did an excellent job scheming for him. I like to in Carolina in case Legette doesn't have a good year. I'm right behind you with Mike Green. Yeah, dude, Mike Green is when people talk about gamers at positions, Mike Green's a gamer. This guy has probably the widest tool rush bag in this class. Even though he's undersized, he has so much get off and he has such heavy, strong hands that he has speed and power. He knows how to counter off of his bull rush. He knows how to stab. He has a dipper rip around the edge. He has push pulled around the edge. He double swipe, cross chop. Think of something. He's probably got it around the edge. And even though he's around 6'3", 250, he's pretty nasty in the run game as far as being able to hold his own. He's not super, super high effort, but he doesn't like to get blocked. He likes to hold an edge, and he's strong enough to be able to set an edge. He makes some splash plays. I really, really like Mike Green, man. He has some off the field concerns. He's probably going to slide in this class. Wouldn't be surprised if he did, but he doesn't deserve to as far as true talent goes. If we see him slide a lot, that means that the character concerns with him are very real, which is very unfortunate. You hate to see that. These are young guys. You hope that, guys in these situations can learn and continue to grow, develop, and become better humans. But, it is unfortunate and it is a part of developing. Hopefully these guys can get past it. So we get to the Panthers at 8. It's been at 8 for a while. Man, this is crazy, crazy pace. Usually the first hour, each team's taken up like all 10 minutes. These picks, for the most part, have been flying in. It's slowed down these last couple of picks, but most part's been flying, man. Yeah, I think this is going to be Jalen Walker. I hope it's not for the Panthers' sake because there's probably going to be some lumps and bumps early. Don't know if you want to play him 3-down edge early. He's probably not going to be much of a factor for you in the run. He's going to get some good pass rush snaps for you, but if that's all you're getting out of him year one, then, that's not really worth number 8 to me. But, long term, he could be a top 10 edge rusher, and that is really, really worth it. It's just he's got so far to go to be able to get there, especially because he's undersized. He has everything in him to be able to do it. Scares me, man. Scares me. We see Roger Goodell coming back out.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Tedderoa McMillan.
It is the good ending. You love to see it. Nice. Good for Panthers, man. I did not think they would do it. I hoped they would do it. I didn't think they would do it. Good for them. I thought the league was going to be a lot lower on Tedderoa McMillan. Uh, they like to value athleticism, and even though he's a very fluid mover, he's got very quick feet and he's got good burst, good athleticism. He doesn't have the deep speed, which people knock on him. I don't care, man. This guy, if we don't talk about Travis Hunter as a true receiver, this is the most nuanced receiver in the class. You could see what they're playing on the screen right now. He's got ball skills, he's got body control, needs to work on his physicality throughout the route, but when it's at the catch point, it does not matter. This guy is a full-sized X receiver, gets off press very well, has multiple releases. If you're not talking about Travis Hunter, this is my number one receiver in the class, man. Talk about the good ending. Oh my gosh, you love to see it. Yeah, like I said, my number one receiver in this class, number 5 overall for me in this class, at the number 8 pick. Great value in my opinion. If I had to grade this right now with just a round grade, this is A for me. This is 100% an A. They need more security and more longevity in that wide receiver room. They need a true X in that building. Tedderoa McMillan, man. So good. Yeah, Shador to the Saints? Maybe if but if the Browns didn't take him at 5, do the Saints take him at 9? I personally don't think so. I had them taking Tet in the predictive mock. In the what I would do mock, I had them taking Will Johnson. With the injury concerns and him not testing, that might not happen. I still think he's worth the pick based off the 2023 tape. That man was a dog. But, man, talk about the good ending for the Panthers. I'm happy for Panthers fans, man. Talk about the good ending. Someone that can come in right now and be a dog. Someone who's not a project. Love that fit for them. So good. You're probably going to go defense the rest of the draft, but hey, that's all right. That's all right. You can afford to do that. Please God, let Bryce Young have an amazing year. It's definitely going to help him, man. If Bryce Young is having a problem seeing over the line, Tedderoa McMillan's down there somewhere. He's got all the catch radius and all the ball skills. Man, I love that for them. The number 5 player in the class for me, absolutely great. Let's see what
You are letting everybody
he's
know
got to
who you
say.
are with an homage to your heritage tonight. Why was this important to you?
Oh man, everything I do is not only to glorify him, the man above, but to put on for my Polynesian people. So shout out to all my Polys, man. We did it.
You see this Panthers fan base right here. They got
Come on, man.
a big face of Bryce Young back there. What kind of magic are you guys gonna make?
You'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. All right, let's start looking forward to the New Orleans Saints. We get a look at my big board here. Oh, not that. All right, we look at the giant board here with the rest of the picks available. Best fit on me, or the best player on my board right now is Mike Green. I don't think that's what they're going to do. Doesn't really fit what they like to do there. Actually, hold up. Dennis Allen, when he was there and ran a 4.3, he really liked them big bodied edge, the Carl Grandersons, the Peyton Turners, the Marcus Davenports, who they've had there already. But Brandon Staley's there. He likes to run that quarters 3-4. If they don't care about the character concerns, this could definitely be a Mike Green. I would love that for them. I don't think it's that because of the character concerns. Could be Shador because they need a quarterback so bad, but that quarterback is not ready, or that roster is not ready for a quarterback, in my opinion. A roster with a subpar offensive line. The wide receiver group is super banged up and not deep right now. Chris Olave is one concussion away from might having to call it. The rest of the group has been kind of back and forth, throughout the year last year. That offense is not ready for him to come in. I think you draft someone, you go PPA, either offense or defense, and you just build that roster and get ready for next year. Just it's not going to be your year this year. Maybe you go with the Tyler Shook or a Jackson Dart. I think if you are going for a non-Shador, you should probably be going Tyler Shook at a Louisville. That's the most day ready guy in my opinion. If you want a super flashy, juicy prospect, you go Jalen Milroe. If you want a guy to sit and develop, you go Jackson Dart, in my opinion. But for the Saints, I would just wait till the second or third, try to get Shook. Let's see what they do here.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr.
Kelvin Banks. Okay. They didn't pick up Trevor Penning's fifth-year option, their right tackle. And you think about Talise Fuwanga, who they have playing at left tackle right now. He played right tackle at Oregon State. So this is actually like perfect. You move Talise Fuwanga back to right tackle. You slide Kelvin Banks in at left tackle. I love that for them. I think this is good value. Taking him at number 9. Kelvin Banks was my number 13 overall player. So, I can't hate the value. I can't hate the fit. Or I love the fit and I can't hate the value. He's my best left tackle available. Josh Simmons is my best true talent available as far as tackle goes, as you can see right here. But off the field concerns, tore his patellar tendon like 6 or 7 games into the season. So Kelvin Banks is the safest choice. Really like Kelvin Banks. Not a super giant athlete, but someone who moves super well for the for the testing numbers he had. Super good technique in the pass pro, good feet, strength, just an overall very solid tackle. I really like Kelvin Banks. I did not think that's where they would go, even after not picking up Trevor Penning's fifth-year option, but I really like that fit for them, man. Bro, if we take all defense for the rest and hit on just one player, it'll be good. We don't need a sack leader. We just need someone. Yeah, honestly, 100% for the Panthers, man. You guys just need bodies. It's not about getting absolute game wreckers right now. You would like a cornerstone, but they just need bodies on that team in general. Now we have the Bears up at 4, and the pick's already in. Now this is interesting. In the what I would do for them, I took Omarion Hampton here. I think it's a little bit too early for them. If we look at the board, this has to be, I don't even know. People think it might be Tyler Warren. It can't be with Cole Kmet there. I get they have Ben Johnson, and it might be like Sam Laporta or like Cole Loveston or Colston Loveland. I can't English because it could be like Sam Laporta. You just need so many more people on that roster right now. This could be Malachi Starks just off BPA of what they need. They really need an extra safety. Maybe they take a Gray Zabel for offensive line help. Maybe a Kenneth Grant. Maybe a Tyleek Williams. But you're going a little bit farther down the board, in my opinion, if you're doing that. This is interesting. No shot at Hampton, right? Who else could it be? It would be a little bit early for Hampton, but you have to think. People thought it was early for Jahmyr Gibbs when he went, and look what he did for that. I'm not saying those are the same type of player or he's going to be that impactful, but when you can get a player that can boost your offense that well, sometimes you go with a higher reach. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Hampton, especially because Ben Johnson coming from the Lions, running more of a sort of gap style system. Man, Hampton would fit so well. I would really like Hampton in that offense. Someone who could be a 3-down back for them. But if it's not him, this could be an outside shot for Shamar Stewart. I know they signed Deo Adeyingbo for a lot of money. They have Montez Sweat there right now, but this could be Shamar Stewart. Would be really early for me, in my opinion. Wouldn't be the biggest fan of it, but that would, I could see that. That's probably what's going to happen the more I think about that, honestly. All right, if we can get on to the pick. They're cheering, they're celebrating. Hey, what's up, Devin? We'll see your Vikings hopefully pick. They're probably going to trade back because you guys only have 4 total picks in this class. Get to see the Bears pick up here in a second. I think it's going to be Shamar Stewart or Marion Hampton. I really do. Man, such an interesting way the board's fallen so far. All right, all right.
In your mock draft, this will be fun where the Bears
makes perfect sense.
Make a Bears
Ben
pick in
Johnson.
Green Bay.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago,
This one's probably going to be like a 5-minute one.
the Chicago Bears selected
We'll see.
one of
We'll
Steve
see.
McMichael's teammates,
What's up, Devin? How you doing, man? Miss you, brother.
Walter Payton, running back.
I hope the
Jackson
Vikings
State.
take Malachi Starks or trade back for your sake. Yeah, R.I.P. Steve
Walter
McMichael,
would
man.
go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award.
All right, Roger.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Oh my, okay.
Michigan.
Over Tyler Warren. Very interesting. So they are trying to recreate the Sam Laporta feel. Ben Johnson's trying to get the Sam Laporta kind of tight end slot position going back. Probably going to be running a lot more 12 personnel now that they have Cole Kmet, who signed a deal recently, and they have him there. Very, very, very interesting. I like him a lot. Number 25 on my board. So as far as true value goes, I don't think it's the best pick in the world, but I don't hate it. I understand the fit. I think there's bigger positions in need and better ways they could have gone with this pick. But Ben Johnson, the head coach, he's taken this offense in the direction he wants to go. It definitely makes sense, man. I 100% understand it. It's just, oh man, that interior line needs help. Safety room needs help. Running back room needs help. Interior line could use some depth. It's not what I would do, but it's not a bad pick at all. Like I said, 25th on my board. In this class, there's going to be so many people taking in interesting spots. This is all going to be about feels and, certain flavors, how teams like certain players based on just one attribute or an athletic profile. Boards from team to team are going to be completely different. But interesting class so far, man. My first, I guess the first 5 of 7 picks right with the first 4 of 7 teams with the right pick with the right team. Since then, it's just been all over the place, man. As we look back at the selection so far, Cam Ward number 1, absolute chalk. The Jags trading up to get Travis Hunter at 2, absolutely crazy. I don't know why this keeps popping up over here. I wish it'd go away. Abdul Carter out of Penn State at 3, who I predicted going there. I like that fit for them. Will Campbell, love that the Patriots just stayed pat. I think they believe he can play left tackle, and if not, try to move him somewhere else. He's going to be great. Mason Graham, the Browns giving up the opportunity to be able to take Travis Hunter and trading back to 5 to take Mason Graham, who a lot of people were starting to get a little bit more sour on. He started falling in a lot more recent mock drafts, a lot of big boards. I still think he is a top 10 player in this class specifically. I don't think he's a top 10 pick player or a top 5 pick player. I have him graded as a true first round player. But as we look at my board in this class, or look at the true board in this class, I only have 4 top 5 and top 10 pick players. So I think he's worth the pick at 5. It was just very interesting giving up the opportunity to bring a Travis Hunter or an Abdul Carter in your building that I view as blue chip, kind of like not generational, but the blue chip high end top 5 prospects. Can't 100% get behind it, but interesting. Ashton Genty at 6, pick I did in the what I would do mock draft. I really like that for them. Really helps out Geno in that offense, which Lord knows they need it. Armand Membu at 7. Another pick I did for the what I would do, and the predicted pick for my projections. Love that for them. They need right tackle help. They didn't replace Morgan Moses after he left. Armand Membu does that. Teteroa McMillan at 8. The good ending for Panthers fans, man. I was scared to death that this was going to be Jalen Walker for them. I like Jalen Walker a lot, but I don't think he is a top 10 pick type of guy. I think Teteroa McMillan is, and I think that is absolutely great for them. Kelvin Banks, the Saints don't pick up the 5th-year option on their right tackle Trevor Penning. Their left tackle Talise Fuwanga played right tackle in college. He's going to slide back over. Kelvin Banks is going to play left tackle for them. And then Colston Loveland, the Sam Laporta type-esque role that he's going to fill that role for Ben Johnson, coming over from Detroit, being the head coach in Chicago. Really, really helps that offense out a lot. Not the biggest fit for me, but he's probably going to help that offense so much that he's going to be worthy of this top 10 pick. Don't hate that for them at all. The Niners could have an interesting pick. Man, the Niners pick for me is very, very interesting. I think it is Walter Nolan, just based on the type of player Walter Nolan is. Super, super good penetrating, one gapper, just insane at knifing through the line. Not super consistent in his technique and in the way he sees the game, but his flashes and the way he moves is that of a top 5 type guy. So I think, I would understand if he was taken with this pick. I wouldn't hate it. I think he'd fit in that defense perfectly. If we're looking not at him, we look at the rest of the board here. I don't think Mike Green 100% fits their edge room, but I could see it. Let's see. Jahdae Barron, I would love the fit for them as far as playing safety, nickel, or outside in that certain scheme, but I don't think they'd take him that high. Jahad Campbell could fit out for them, but still interesting. Maybe after Debo gone and the Brandon Ayuk injury, since all these receivers here, you can go with Matthew Golden. I think that's kind of an outside pick. People don't expect that could happen. Gray Zabel, interior O-lineman out of North Dakota State. I could see this being the pick. They need interior line help. They also need tackle help. He could potentially flex out to tackle for you. That's what he did play at North Dakota State. Just projects more as a guard. But I would really like that fit for them. They're at a really good spot here. I don't think they could go wrong. Really don't think they can go wrong. And then let's get this going up. Oh, here. I'll be right back after this pick. Or, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry about this.
Grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
was the San Francisco 49ers draft pick. Back to you in Green Bay.
So here comes the commissioner
Can you hear
now
me?
with that pick.
You cut out. Oh, there you are. Cool. Yeah, saw that you're live.
All right, everybody, got my boy Tori in the call with us now.
What's up?
I think it was just my friend Q and my cousin Devin in the call,
Cool.
being some loyal
Hey, guys.
viewers out here. Man, have you looked at the pick so far?
Yeah, I have. Man, I was really hoping John T would slip a little further, just so that he'd go to a team that I actually have some interest in watching. Honestly, the Raiders aren't the worst, given where he went, but my dad's a big Georgia State fan, so I know he was hoping he'd fall further too, because he didn't like any of those teams.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh.
But I'm not surprised that he didn't.
Yeah.
Where are you thinking
All right.
Grayson goes at this point? I heard you talking about him. He's someone I really want the Vikings to get.
I don't think Ray Zabel or Michael Williams just went to the Niners. That's crazy. I think he fits their edge room really well, but that's not what I expected at that spot. I don't think Ray Zabel goes back. Let me turn up Tori a little bit.
Yes,
Tori,
they
can you
did.
talk
He
for
was,
real
there
quick?
was those
Yep.
flashes. They just weren't
Testing.
consistent. I think it was health related.
Can you hear
But
Tori
he's
decently
really
now?
long. He's got long arms, and he uses
Let me
that
know if
length
you can
here, I
hear.
guess, as a rusher. You see that long inside arm, able to get
I hear you
through and
fine
get
in
to
my
the
ears. I think it's
quarterback.
just me on the
I
stream
like
thing.
the idea of
I don't
guiding
think
him out
Gray
more. He had
Zabel
a
gets
lot of
past
great
the
alignments, and that
Seahawks.
Georgia defense,
I
San
think the
Francisco, if
Cardinals
they
take
really
him.
loosen him up,
I
they'll let him
don't think he
rush a
gets
little bit
past
from
the
a wide
Seahawks.
line, and he'll have a run
I would
game
not
where he
mind
can
him
expose
going to the
power to show
Seahawks.
really, really well.
I think everyone here in Seattle would be pretty happy.
Yeah, they need they need all three interior spots, so they would absolutely love that.
But if you talk to the people around Georgia, they will say he was a great locker room guy.
Yeah, it seems like they've needed him for a decade too.
Yeah, 100%.
Can you go wrong with Georgia defenders in the recent?
Man, the Seahawks
100%.
are kind of a mess right now.
Yeah, they
Not
definitely
a big
are.
fan of what they've done so far this offseason.
No, it's interesting because Geno Smith is someone that struggled a lot with pressure, and then they brought
Mm-hmm.
in Sam Darnold, who probably struggles even more with pressure. So it's just like, like,
Yeah.
like, like if you're not gonna really drastically improve the offensive line, what's the motive? And
Yeah.
hopefully they didn't do really anything in free agency. Hopefully they do something during the draft. These picks are flying in though, man. An hour and a half and we're already at
I know
pick
this is
12 is
wild.
crazy. Usually we wait 10 minutes, but teams are sure about their picks this year, man. They are absolutely flying through these. So I need to take Michael Williams off my board. He was my 32 overall player. I really liked Michael Williams more than I think consensus. I didn't think he would go that high. Or I think there was a chance for him to go that high. I didn't think it was to the Niners. But I think that's going to be a really good pick for them, honestly. Ooh, Tyler Booker.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I might be a hair ahead of you. Didn't want to say anything. I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, I'm always like a tiny bit behind you, like every single year.
I know. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, Tyler Booker to the Cowboys makes 100% sense. I didn't think that they would take O-line this high. I think if they did, it would maybe be Zabel. I think Zabel fits their scheme a little bit better, but Zach Martin just left. You needed guard, man. I can't
Yeah.
hate the pick. That's a very, very solid pick. That's like
Yeah.
a B plus B to me.
I couldn't have seen them going any other way, honestly, unless John T fell, because that seems like a classic Jerry Jones pick. But
Yeah, I thought they were going to go Matthew Golden just because he's a UT receiver and they kind of need some more juice in that room. But, you know, makes sense. Makes sense. I can't hate it. He was my number 53 overall player just because he was a lot more scheme dependent. If you have him in a gap, he's a late first for me. So, the way this class is, there's not a ton of first rounders. That makes a ton of sense taking him here if you kind of have him in that system. But if you put him in a zone system, dude, it's bad. It's really bad.
Mm.
it's it is really bad if you put him in a zone system.
What are you thinking at this point of the DBs on the board, corners and safeties combined?
So I'm actually really hype. I'm a lot higher on the top end of this safety class. We go to my positions actually. Da, 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 da. I'm glad I set this all up. So we look at our corners. Travis Hunter's already off the board. My favorite corner is Jade Barron, but he's a little bit more scheme dependent because he's 5'10 and has like 29-inch arms, which is like generationally small.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not putting him in like a quarters match, if you're not putting him in like a Robert Sala with the Rams, like he's probably not playing outside for you unless you really need
Mm-hmm.
him to. But he also has a lot of experience playing nickel and safety, and he's a dog at both. So like he can move all over the secondary for you. Will Johnson, 6'2", 200, but has short arms and not the best deep speed. He chose not to test at the combine or his pro day, and there's questions on his deep speed, and so that's not a good sign. And his 2024 tape wasn't as good, but I have a feeling it's kind of like a Stingley situation where the 2023 tape was just so good that you can kind of feel good about it.
Yeah, and Michigan as a whole taking a big step back this
Yeah,
year.
they took a huge step back. Like Benjamin Morrison is someone that's really high on people's boards. I have him as kind of like a true two to me. Um, he had like elite 2023 tape, like elite 23 tape, but he had a season-ending injury in 2023, and then in 2024 he didn't look as good, and then he had another season-ending injury, and it was a hip injury, and
Mm.
Notre Dame didn't take a big step back, and he did. So it was like he's a little bit scarier to me. People have him a lot higher than I do. I still really like him. It's just kind of nerve wracking. But Will
Yeah, hip
Johnson,
injuries are serious. Those are kind of overlooked. I mean,
yeah, hip injuries
I
are
don't know what.
very serious.
Do you know what sort of injury it was specifically? Was it like a dislocation or because a dislocated hip
Um,
is no joke, and that shit just keeps coming back once you dislocate it once.
yeah, let me actually look this up real quick because I do want to know. Oh, bring up the other one back now that we're at commercial. Yeah, hip injuries at corner are a big deal. Corner is probably the position that deals with fluidity the most, and
Mm.
hip fluidity is the most important type of fluidity at corner. Let's see. A hip injury that required surgery to repair a torn labrum.
Hmm.
You guys can all expose me for my terrible typing.
You know, that might not be the worst of hip injuries.
No, the fact that it's surgically repaired, maybe. He got injured like halfway through the season though,
Mm.
which isn't great.
Uh, from a Vikings fan's perspective here, what do you think about Maxwell Hairston and the safety Malachi Starks? Those are two names that I know are bouncing off the walls in Vikings draft media right now.
Yeah, so Starks would actually be like best, would not only be BPA probably at that spot for them, but
Hmm.
I think it's probably like their best fit. He's someone that didn't have his great tape on film this year, but they asked him to play true high, they asked him to play two shell, they asked him to play slot, they asked him to play in the box. Like he was doing everything for them.
Now,
And
tell me real quickly why, and this is a little bit of the trauma here, PTSD. Tell me, tell me how he's different from Lewis Seen.
okay, so he's different from Lewis Seen because he's actually got pretty solid eyes in coverage. Like, and he
Hmm.
triggers well in coverage. his angles in coverage once the ball's in the air can get a little bit inconsistent, but he flashes like the ability to. He's got probably the best ball skills of anybody not anybody, but any safety in this class. And he flashes some good stickiness in man. Like he flashes nice man ability. So he is not Lewisine. I implore you.
Okay.
You can feel good about that. He's not Lewisine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sort of
no
bracing
man.
myself for that. I have a feeling like they're going to go with a DB.
I think they trade out. If they don't, I think they go
Oh, for sure.
DB. But yeah, like only 4 picks, man,
I
is
don't.
rough.
I don't think we're trading out of the first though.
No, I had you guys trading with the Chiefs in my predictive mock. But that's just way too easy, like way
Yeah.
too easy. Them trading up to get Josh Simmons, so I don't think that happens. But I think they're 100% going to trade somewhere. I think the Steelers and them are the two most likely candidates right now, just because the Steelers also don't have any picks.
Hmm. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we traded out of the first, but I
Maybe
don't think
you
it's
can
the
go
most
with the
likely.
Browns if Shador's still there because they're at 33, especially in this class. Like the value in this class is in day two and rounds 2 and 3. So like trading back to 33, if you can get some decent picks for that, that's worth it.
Hmm.
Ooh,
Yeah, true. Because you could probably leverage that overnight.
yeah. Yeah, Q. The Broncos at this point with Colston Loveland gone, they 100% are taking Omarion Hampton if he's on the board, or like Matthew Golden Luther Burden maybe.
On the
I
clock.
got Roger Goodell walking out for me.
With the 13th
For
pick in the
which
2025
pick?
NFL Draft,
The
the
13th, the
Miami
Miami.
Dolphins
Dolphins.
So
select
okay, yeah.
Kenneth Grant, defensive
Ooh,
I
tackle,
think it makes sense
Michigan.
given the departure of Christian
Fellas,
Wilkins
I
last
gotta
year.
jump in
yeah,
because
no,
I've been
it
hearing about
definitely
this
makes sense. Zach Seiler
up there and meeting with the
needs
Wolverine
literally
coaches
any
when
help
Jim
he can get
Harbaugh
on
and I
that
would sit
line,
down all the way
and
back to
that's
Mike
great help
McDonald
in
and
my
then
opinion. Definitely interesting that they like him more than Derek Harmon in
Yeah.
my perspective, especially because Harmon gives you a little bit more rush in the passer. But I love that for them. It means they need to take corner, or they're in such a terrible spot. The Dolphins are in the worst drafting spot because they're like you have to take O line. Maybe you like Patrick Paul because you spent a second on him last year, but you have Liam Eichenberg. You got James Daniels who you signed, but he's injury prone. Austin Jackson at right tackle. It's not good. And once you get out of the first second round, like offensive lineman looks bad. And then they also need really corner really bad because Jalen Ramsey wants out, and corner after round two is probably like the steepest drop off of any position in this class. It is rough after round two.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I feel like it's a given that the Vikings are going to take corner. I'm tired of it, man. I'm really tired of it because we cannot hit on a corner in the first round through
Yeah,
multiple regimes at this point. Like,
and it's like it's hard for you
what
guys not
is
to
the
have
second and fifth
PTSD
pick?
too, because every single corner in this class has had like a injury at some point in the season.
Hmm.
Like Will Johnson had an injury, Ben Morrison had an injury, Maxwell Hairston had an injury. It's like for the Vikings, it's just like oh no, like just all over again. I really like Hairston though. I've
That's my
Hairston.
favorite.
I actually had Hairston ranked above Will Johnson and during my initial evaluations, and I only have like a .01 difference in their grade right now.
Oh, damn.
Like I really like Hairston. I'm higher on him than most. He moves different. He just moves different, and he has really good eyes. He flashes some nice stickiness. He's not insanely consistent. He's a little bit undersized. He loses to physicality at the catch point, but man, that guy is sticky. And he's uber athletic too. I'm pretty sure he tested in like the low 4.3s. Really like Harrison.
you remember how tall he is?
He's like 6 foot, I think 6'1". Like he's not
Okay.
short. He's just skinny. This has
Yeah,
got to
I
be Warren.
feel like Brian Flores would like him. Yeah, it is.
Indianapolis Colts select
All right.
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, that was like the
tight end,
most
Penn
chalk
State.
draft pick of like the entire. I'm gonna refresh this since I'm a little bit behind, but yeah, that was like the most
I was
chalk.
spoiled that because you got it right, and I was impressed.
So far, in terms of picks, let's see, let's go back to the picks. So I projected Cam Ward 1 like everyone else did. I projected Travis Hunter 2. I just thought it was going to be the Browns. I projected Abdul Carter 3. I had Will Campbell at 4. I did not have Mason Graham at 5. Ashton Jainty is who I had in the what I would do mock, but not in the predictive. I predicted Armand Membu at 7. And then Ted Aroa and Kelvin Banks, Colson Loveland was nowhere near any of those guys. it's been random since, but it started
What
off
did you
high.
think about the trade this morning, or the beginning of this draft?
Oh my gosh, are you talking about the Jags Browns one?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know, man. I just don't get it. Like, so I view Travis Hunter as like a top 5 worthy like talent. Like that's a true top 5 guy in my opinion. Mason Graham, I have a true first round grade on, like a high end true first, but he's not a top 10 or a top 5. And trading down from 2 to 5 to miss out on Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter is just interesting to me. It's like this class is very, very like projection based, very traitsy, very developmental, or a lot of guys that aren't super high end talents. And Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter are. So it's just I didn't really get it. The Hall I like. You know, you pick up the 5th overall in the 2nd. I think it was the 5th overall in the 4th or the 3rd or something like that. Like the Hall's not bad, but the type of player that Mason Graham is compared to Carter or Travis Hunter is just, I don't know. I don't get it.
What future picks did Cleveland pick up?
I don't even know if it was any future picks.
Yeah, I don't like that then.
I think it may have been like one future pick, and if it wasn't a high one.
Mountains of flavor.
Wingstop.
12 flavors so bold.
Yeah, it was interesting. Didn't 100% agree with it. Like, I still like the player. He makes their defense really good, but you know, I don't know, the type of player you're passing up there in a class like this, like, it's just not worth it in my opinion.
When she goes on tour, you need to go too. That's what the world's biggest airline can do for
Alright, to update my board here, I don't think we're up to date. So Tyler Warren, I really like that for them. That's great value in my opinion. He's my number 9 overall player. Had a true first round grade on him. Ooh, does not happen a lot for tight ends.
Right now, Rick, you're pathetic.
But yeah, I really like that for them. Who's up next again? Where are we at right now? Falcons at 15?
Falcons are on the clock. Yeah, I was a little surprised with the Bears taking a tight end. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've seen people clowning on the Vikings for trading for TJ Hawkinson. People being Lions fans specifically.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know. Both of those teams ended up investing basically the same, well, more capital into tight ends. I don't know.
I just understand it because it's Ben Johnson. Like, I understand the route he's going. You know, he's just trying to recreate what they had going in Detroit is kind of really what he's doing.
I guess it wasn't his call to trade TJ then. I don't even know if he was, I mean, he definitely wasn't the offensive coordinator yet that year, was he? Was that 2023?
I don't think so. No, in 2023, yeah, he was offensive coordinator in 2023.
Okay. Never mind then. Might have had something to do with that.
Alright, I will be right back. I'm going to go get some water.
All right. Hello, welcome back.
What is up, gang? It's your boy. Now,
It's your
100%,
boy.
100%. If I was the Falcons right here, I'm sprinting the card in with like 2 seconds after I'm on the clock, and it's Mike Green like every single day of the week. But because of the character issues, this is probably going to end up being Donovan Ezeraku, which I would still really love for them. He's the third highest edge on my board at this point. What's up, KSW Wizard? Thanks for hopping in, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate all you guys for hopping in. All the 4 or 5 guys we got in here. There's a lot of ways to watch this, but the fact you're watching it with Tori and I means a lot to me. So do appreciate it. This is probably going to be Donovan Ezeraku is what I'm thinking here. I really hope it's Mike Green for their sake. It would also go bid well for my predictive mock, but we'll see. Do you have Charles or our boy walking out to the podium right now?
No, not yet.
Okay.
They're taking their time with this one.
I was
Man, the
gonna.
Falcons always do something weird.
Yeah, I thought the Raiders were gonna do something weird. I took them taking Will Johnson at 6 because, like, they always do weird stuff. Cleveland Farrell at 4, Damon Arnett, Alex Leatherwood, even
Yeah, okay, the
taking.
Raiders always do weird stuff, but it's unequivocally bad weird stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not saying picking Penix was the wrong pick, but goddamn, was that surprising.
Yeah, Penix is
I mean, I'd like to see them build around Penix here. We got Goodell announcing the pick right now.
Got you. Oh, my boy,
Okay, I mean, yeah.
I haven't seen the pick yet.
Finally the Falcons address this particular position of need that they're historically bad at.
Yeah, you know Raheem Morris was going to draft an edge as a defensive coordinator. He's going to right those wrongs. Jalen
Yeah, I'm
Walker.
not surprised here at
Okay.
all. A little disappointed that they're not going to add to the offense, but I mean, that's coming from a hardcore UW fan. So all I care about on the Falcons is Penix.
Yeah, I'm fine with them going defense first, especially because it is edge. They need help on that defensive line so bad.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have taken Walker here, but I get it for what they're doing, and Raheem Morris is probably going to use him actually super well. So for the fit, honestly, for him to go anywhere, this is probably one of the best teams for him to go. I don't know how if they're going to use him as a 3-down edge, but in that system, it wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. I mean, the top edge there is his job to take. It might not be this year. Definitely a position that can take some time, but
My friend Seth said he remembered a video from months ago saying Travis Hunter would be pissed if he went to the Jags.
oh god.
So that's pretty
Man,
classic.
if the Jaguars know that, they're doing themselves a disservice too.
He
They
just
probably
fits
don't though.
so well, though. They probably no, knowing them, they don't.
Probably don't do anywhere near the amount of due diligence that they
No,
should. I
honestly,
don't know. The
it's a new
Jags are just,
regime though. It's a new GM in there. He's a
and
first
it's
year
always a
guy.
new regime in Jacksonville.
You're not wrong. Uh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is always a new regime in Jacksonville. Man, I honestly think the Cardinals are probably pretty pissed. They probably would have taken Jalen Walker if he fell to them. You think like Gannon, how much he likes those kind of lighter-bodied guys like Hassan Reddick,
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Smith. Honestly, I could see this being Jahad Campbell for the same reason. He'd probably play more linebacker for them, but that's who I actually had going to them in my predictive mock.
I mean, no offense to Cardinals fans here, but the Cardinals are one of those teams that kind of need everything.
Yeah, they definitely, like, it's BPA.
Yeah.
I mean, which is like what you want to do in the first round. You never really want to have to reach for need in the first round, but like,
Yeah, but usually that's because you have a competent starting roster.
yeah, you don't want to be BPA because you need bodies. You want to be BPA because you have bodies. But oh, I need to update my board here. He was my, what did I have him at? He was my number 39 player.
Okay. See him as a bit of a reach there, huh?
In terms of true value, like I get it. He has all the upside in the world, like all the athleticism, all the get off. You know, he flashes great bend around the edge at times. He's very powerful, even though he's undersized. But he's a guy who's 6'1", like 230 to 240, who is super raw in terms of like his plan. Like if he's not winning with speed to power, or if he's not winning with speed around the edge, then he's not using his hands well, and he doesn't know how to counter well yet, and he doesn't defend the rush off the edge well at all. Like he invites pullers straight into his chest. He doesn't have a great base, even though he is strong. And at linebacker, he just looked lost, man. I had him as like a third round grade at linebacker. So it's like I get it. Like, if you can get him to reach his upside, like he can be a top 10 rusher. He's got elite traits, but he's got so long to get there, in my opinion, that it's just not worth that high of a pick to me.
Do you know how old he is?
He's decently young. I don't think he's old. Like I don't think he's an older prospect, and he's apparently got great characteristics. Like everyone at Georgia constantly talks about how like great his characteristics are, his leadership, his mentality, like his locker room presence. But it's just it's a tough sell for me that early, man. Homie sounds like me. Hey, for real though. You were a linebacker build playing edge, and you were just juiced off the edge, not really knowing what you were doing. You were Jalen Walker at the NAI level. You were just white. It's all right. It happens to the best of us, for real though. Yeah, I have the draft muted for the most time. I could put it in as background music. It just has Tori's audio and the draft audio on like the same track, and so it's really hard to like find a balance between the two, especially because I didn't know it was gonna be like that. So it's a little bit difficult, but I could try to play around with it in between picks.
Got Goodell up at the podium right now.
Dude, why are you so far ahead of me? At all times. Oh, and I refresh it straight to the pick. It's Walter Nolan. Hey, that's honestly that's hype for them though. They need, like you said, help everywhere. Walter Nolan he's so fun. Where did I have him ranked? He was late 20s for me. I had him ranked at 29, and it's really just about seeing the game consistently for him. That's why I had him that low. Like he moves differently for an interior. He just moves completely differently. He's got such like insane explosiveness and strength in his hands, and his wins are probably the best of anybody in this class. But on a down to down basis, he's just not seeing the game well. He takes plays off. He'll get moved like really, really easily if he's really not trying. And sometimes he's dominating just the guy in front of him and like not getting butt deep, not seeing the ball, so he's just taking himself out of the play. So it's just a lot of needing to see the game better with him, but all the flashes are there. He's worth it.
I'm surprised that that's Ole Miss's first round pick since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. That's what the graphic said. I didn't realize
Really.
AJ Brown was so old.
Yeah, man. AJ Brown has been out of the league. It's crazy. AJ Brown has been out of the league long enough, and his last few years were just washed enough that people think he's bad, which is crazy, man. Because AJ Brown in his like in his heyday was
Hold
an
on.
absolute demon. Or
Are you
not
talking?
AJ
Are you talking
AJ
about
Green.
Antonio Brown?
I'm talking
Oh,
about
AJ
AJ
Green.
Green.
Okay.
I don't know how I was saying Brown, but AJ Green in his heyday was an absolute demon.
Yeah, he was.
Especially being a
Him and Andy
Ravens
Dalton.
fan, dude. The amount of times I watched that guy just end a game against us and just in some way that made no sense at all. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating.
Who thinks he's bad? That's crazy. He's one of the best. He's one of the best receivers, at least of the last 3 decades, like of the 2000s for sure. He's one of the
It's
top
mostly just
10.
new generation like kids, TikTok NFL fans. It's people that never watched the 2010s, 2000s.
Hmm. What a shame.
Jacksonville's got a higher turnover than UPS during holiday season. Who do I got the Bengals taking? Ooh, the pick's already in for them. I think this is Derek Harmon, honestly, and I would love that. That's my best interior off like left. I would love Derek Harmon getting taken on the Bengals right here. If not, I could see this being a Mike Green spot. Not 100% fit for their defense, but they just need edge in general. If not, you're just talking about any of the other edges, maybe like a Shamar Stewart or a Donovan Ezaraku. If you're looking at line, Gray Zabel would really be good for them right here. I would say Josh Simmons, but with the patellar tear, maybe you're a little bit scared, especially with them. They've had some really bad injury past with, early O-line picks. So maybe you're thinking about a Gray Zabel to play interior. I think if I had to choose, it's probably going to be Gray Zabel or just, I don't know. They love just ignoring their offensive line. Something's telling me it's Derek Harmon. Probably, I'm going to say Derek Harmon. I'm saying it. Yeah, I always loved AJ Green as a kid too with her. It just sucked being a Ravens fan because he was on the Bengals. It was hard to enjoy him too much. Who do you think the next trade is, Story?
Man, I'm hoping it's not the Seahawks.
If the Bengals took Zabel here, the Seahawks would be crushed. In my opinion, they'd be
Yeah.
floored.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that he sneaks past him. The Bengals are still rolling with Zach Taylor, right?
Yeah, they still have Zach Taylor. Oh, Ian Rappaport just said the Seahawks are interested in getting out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's just, I don't know. I have no reason to believe in the current Seahawks regime's abilities to draft at this point. And so I'm just worried with the sheer amount of exodus that's happened this year from the Seahawks. And I don't know. I mean, you got to rebuild at some point, and you have to be brave enough to actually reset.
Yeah, it's hard, but like
you really don't want to hit that reset button harder than like any 1 year, really. I don't know. It's like,
that's the thing about
I think
a
they're taking
rebuild.
too much of a step back to. They're gonna get caught in this cycle of just mediocrity.
Yeah,
I've seen it too many times.
that's the thing
previous
about a
cycles,
rebuild is like you have to hit the rebuild button hard and you have to commit to it. Because if you try to half-ass a rebuild, then you just get stuck in the cycle of mediocrity, where you're picking at number 12 or 15 every single year for like 5-10 years. You just can't get out of that cycle.
first round.
I got
here in Green
Charles
Bay. I guess they're waiting
walking up
for,
to the podium. I don't know why I keep
Sweet
calling him
Carolina
Charles.
finally
It's
teed it
Roger.
out. Out of
Just
respect to New
Charles
York
feels
Live
right.
karaoke that's broken out here. Now the house band is done. We can get the house commissioner.
He doesn't deserve the respect if you remember his first name.
NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart.
Texas A&M.
Makes sense, man. They need edge.
Yeah, not a surprise to see him go defense.
You know, Trey Henderson wants out. And Sam, why am I forgetting his last name?
You think about
Sam.
coming in to try and fix
Homie
this
left.
defense.
Homie
They
retired.
had 5 games last year, CD, where they scored
You really
over
need
30
edge
points
room.
and
You
lost.
need edge depth.
The offense is in great shape. They took care of re-signing those guys. We'll see what happens with Trey Hendrickson. But you got a little insurance.
What are you going to say, Tori?
Or a playing partner here with Shamar
Oh,
Stewart.
I was asking if you're talking about Sam
Rashawn
Hubbard.
Gary.
Yeah, Sam Hubbard. I can't believe I was forgetting Sam Hubbard's last name. Yeah, they need edge help bad. It might not be pass rush help immediately because 4.5 total sacks throughout his college career. But he flashes it all, man. He flashes it all. He can pressure the quarterback like a son of a gun, but he might not get home. He might not ever actually sack the quarterback, but man, he'll be scary almost getting there. I actually was going to grade him as an interior lineman. Oh, he's coming out hype. I was going to grade him as an interior lineman because he was listed at like 290 at A&M. And then at the combine, he dropped down to like 267. So it was like, all right, this guy's playing edge. Even he tries to win with bend all the time around the edge, even though he wins with power more often. Maybe losing weight will help him do that. All the projection is there. This guy is an elite tester. Flashes, just it's going to take a while. It is going to take a while.
Yeah, Miles Murphy and Shamar Stewart could be a slow burn into the next best edge rushing duo.
Shamar Stewart, Miles Murphy might get you like 2 sacks combined this year, but in like 3 years might get you 20. Like, that's a real possibility. He was my number 40 player. I had him one spot behind Jalen Walker, kind of like for the same reasons. Different build, different types of ways they win, but both very, very raw. Did I get Walter Nolan off the board?
Can we go back to the Seahawks here for a minute?
Yes, we can.
So you were talking about having to hit the reset button hard. My worry with that is because I think undeniably they're hitting the reset button pretty hard already. And I'm a little bit worried with the amount of draft capital that you're getting back in the actual you're not getting enough in return to this point to give yourself any wiggle room with the draft. Like, you have to hit.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised to hear that you're saying that they're interested in trading back, but I mean, clearly the pick is in here. I think that's good for them.
I think it is too. I think they were fielding trades because I don't think they thought Zabel would be here at the spot. But Gray Zabel being here at the spot is like literally the God story ending for them. Like, that's dude that could play either guard position, could play center for them. Like, so the perfect fit for them, because in round 2 or round 3, round 4, when they inevitably have to double dip on linemen because they have 2 second-round picks, they have like 3 third-round picks, they could take whatever spot that they want to play, like the opposite of what they want to play him at. You know, if they want to play him at center, you take a guard. Or if a really good guard's on the board, then you're like, all right, Zabel, you're playing center.
Yeah, they're high-fiving in the war room. You would really hope that they're on the same page here with Gray Zabel being the no-brainer, because I do think that that's just the safest thing, the best thing that the Seahawks could do at this point.
Yeah,
it's,
for a
like
team,
I said earlier, decade-long position of need.
Yeah, 100%.
He can play it at every spot in a pinch for you on one of the worst lines in the league. And I think no one's going to be happier than Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Sam Darnold is kicking his feet up in the air looking at pictures of Gray Zabel on his phone. It's like,
Yes.
yeah, like we said earlier, man, Gray Zabel, someone
Love to
that
see it.
could play anywhere on the line for you on a line that doesn't have anyone with a quarterback that doesn't do well with pressure. like,
Yeah.
like there couldn't be a better fit in this class probably than Gray Zabel for the Seahawks. The fact that he's there right now is just absolute godsend. You say, where does TH go? Who do you mean by THQ? I'm sorry. Yeah, Gray Zabel here, man. Had to be.
Think about how quickly he
Probably talking about
transitioned
Trayvon
when he
Henderson.
got to the next
Ooh,
level with
Travion
the Tampa Bay
Henderson.
Bucks and how well he played. Here he is at left tackle.
Ooh, running backs are falling right now, man. It depends how early.
He plays, I would say, beyond the echo of the whistle.
It depends how early Omari and Hampton goes. If Omari and Hampton goes at 20, I could see the Steelers or maybe the Chiefs if they don't like Josh Simmons' like character concerns doing it. But if not, I think he falls to the second round.
He was fantastic at the combine, a 36.5-inch vertical, which was best among all the
Yeah, Sam Hubbard did retire. That was like one of the easiest things to forget of the offseason, but like a really impactful thing that happened in the offseason.
They keep Cross and Lucas healthy, shore up the interior. They've got a chance to
Yeah,
make
he's
some
the
moves.
type of guy who I feel like never quite breaks through to the next level in terms of media respect. And but you know, one day he retires, and you're like, shit, he's been pretty good for a long time.
Yeah, he's
He's had a really great career.
He's probably like one of the perfect comps for just the type of players you're going to get in this class, where there's like not a bunch of star-studded talent that's going to get talked about, but there's like a ton of dudes in this class that are going to end up having careers like Sam Hubbard, where like at the end of it you're like, man, like he was just really solid for like a decade or for like 8 years. He was just like a really solid player that like you didn't really have to worry about. He is never like a number one. He might not be top 10, but like an above average player. Like that's a lot of dudes in this class. I think in my top 75, I had 25 total dudes that I had late first to like early second round grades on.
It's a great year for the Vikings not to have a second round pick.
Yeah. So I'm saying you guys got to trade back, man. You guys
Mm-hmm.
got to trade back. I love this class on day two. This is probably like my favorite day two class I've ever watched or like even like just watched videos about or anything. Everyone in my top 75 is at least like a second to third round player. And I think I have at least like late second to early third, or like guys that are more third rounders but leaning towards like they could be late second. I think I have around like 70 to 80 of those guys. 80
Damn.
something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way that we can acquire a second round pick. But picking up a third even would be great. I mean, we have the first round pick, and then the next pick is the third round, the top of the third round comp pick. So it's like 97, I think.
Yeah, that's late.
Mm-hmm.
That is later than
It's
late.
only a third round pick by technicality.
Yeah, essentially a fourth rounder if you really want to think about it. This has got to be Jahad Campbell. I'm going to see how many picks. So that's two more picks. And this has got to be Jahad Campbell, too. So, like, actually, no, I didn't predict. That was in the what I would do. Shoot. But I predicted Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. I'll take that one. And then Tyler Warren was the easiest projection of all time to the Colts. But so far, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which in this class I'll take. In a normal class, maybe not great, but this class is so random and how everyone views these players and kind of just the team needs in general. It's such a hard class to predict this season.
And I don't know, you keep talking about Tyler Warren being like the easiest pick to predict, but I don't know that I love that pick for the Colts. Not anything to do with Tyler Warren, just the fact that they're losing, 40% of their offensive line.
Yeah, I think there are bigger needs, 100%. I just think for like how valued the player is and the fact that they really don't have a name at all in their tight end room, it just makes a
Yeah.
ton of sense. Especially kind of like the tight ends they've had there in the past. Like they
Do you
like
think
that
that that's
style.
something that will help Anthony Richardson?
I hope so. I don't know. I honestly don't know how much he targets tight ends. I honestly don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea. I like the Bucks to be a sneaky trade out of this spot if they hadn't taken this pick. It's a team that also doesn't have a ton of picks.
How do you think Dion feels right now about Shador being likely to slip out of the first?
I think it's. See, I don't know. I feel like he's a somewhat realistic person, even though he doesn't always like show it. I feel like that's something he probably did, like, especially the more the process went on and Cam became more of the consensus one and he started doing more like private stuff. I feel like there's probably like, all right, there's a real possibility, but honestly don't know. I could see it being the like total opposite way where he's like, no, my son's top 10, 100%. And like they just didn't prepare for that. But
last pick in the teens.
I think he'll get through it.
Yeah.
He's fine.
I think they'll be fine too, but I do feel like they got a little bit of the soy jack crying behind the mask meme.
Oh, 100%. Mecca Abuka. Yeah, I love seeing Roger Goodell try to pronounce Mecca Abuka.
Oh my god. That is probably UW's biggest fumble of all time. Or at least top 5. Man, he's from, I think he's from Seattle. I know for a fact he's from Washington. And was the top recruit in Washington State. And, man,
they fumbled.
They fumbled so hard. Talk about the repercussions of the Jimmy Lake signing, but I digress. Hold up, I'll be right back.
That's one of the more physical teams. Man, if we just talk about the Bucks pick right there, I really like that fit. If you think about their roster, who they got right now, okay. If we look at their roster and we think about who they got right now, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, both aging bodies. Emeka Egbuka is the perfect person to take over that role that Chris Godwin is in right now. Someone who plays on the outside, but also plays a lot of wing, a lot closer to the slot most of the time. Runs a lot of crossers around the middle of the field. Is going to do some dirty work, but is going to do a lot of after the catch and just a lot of straight line over the middle, kind of get lost type of work. I really love that fit for Emeka Egbuka. Someone who I think is a slot twosy, someone who does his best work from the slot, but he's not a slot only type that you're worried about being on the outside. You could play him on the outside and feel fine about it. It's just not something that you're going to want to do on a down to down basis or just keep him to the outside. I didn't expect him to go here at all, but I can't say I hate the fit. Honestly, I can't say I hate the fit at all. He was my number 17th player in the class. So according to the pick 19, he's my 17th ranked player. Can't hate it from that value perspective either. I think that's a very, very solid pick for them. Wide receivers definitely a need that doesn't get talked about enough with them, with how old their room is right now.
I like it too. I think that I don't think that it jeopardizes Jalen McMillan's future with the Bucks necessarily, definitely jeopardizes his potential role in the team next year. Because correct me if I'm wrong, did Chris Godwin end up leaving this offseason or not?
No, I'm pretty sure he's there for like one more year.
Right. Okay. That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's a great pick for the future. Knowing, well, knowing Jalen McMillan through his uncle, I should say, he's somebody who I worry about with a bit of an ego, potentially wanting to leave. And as somebody who is both a closeted Bucks fan and a big UW fan, that would be something that's kind of disappointing to me. That's the only potential downside, not even necessarily with the Emeka Ibuka pick, because I think those two could be a great 1 and 2, maybe 1A and 1B even for, a decade at this point. But what do you think about Jalen McMillan's role this
Yeah,
year with Emeka Ibuka now?
I think it's definitely interesting because yeah, they're not like incredibly redundant, but in that offense, you're probably thinking of them of playing more of that kind of similar role. I don't think it 100% kind of sacrifices his value. I think he still has a role on that team, but I don't know his snap count. Do you know what his snap count was like last season?
Well, he was injured for a lot of the year,
Oh, okay.
so uh, he didn't play as much as he would have liked. I know that.
Yeah.
Potentially it could make Chris Godwin one of the more valuable pieces at the trade deadline.
Yeah, it definitely could. Especially if they aren't in a great spot record wise. I could see one of those two receivers getting shipped out if they're kind of having a subpar season. They feel like they can't turn it around. But yeah, I feel like they're kind of really preparing for those two guys to get out of there. I feel like they're probably going to take another. I wouldn't be surprised if they took another body next year just because I don't know how well McMillan and Mbuka fit together. But they still put some pretty decent capital on McMillan, did they not? Wasn't he like a third or a fourth?
I believe he was a second.
He was a late second? Had to
I
be a
could be
late
wrong, but
second.
he was a second round pick.
Yeah, so that's pretty decent capital. Like I don't think they're super ready to move on him anytime soon, especially if you said he was injured.
I would hope not. Um, but everything. There's so many freaking headlines that you see throughout the off season. A lot of them are just clickbait, but
Yeah.
I definitely seen some expression of disappointment in him from maybe the fan perspective, or at least the AI fan perspective.
Yeah. Ooh, the Broncos picks in. This has got to be a Marion Hampton. If it's not, it's maybe Derek Harmon. Ooh, it could be Derek Harmon if they view Derek Harmon as BPA. But I just think that Omarion Hampton is such like a Sean Payton pick. Like I don't think it can be anything else. Also, Q, you said good point about the O line losses, but he's a building block. Who were you talking about at that point? Sorry,
The
I missed
Colts.
that
That's
one.
got to be the Colts.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, you don't want to force an O line pick. I mean, you're not going to take a center this early unless I don't even
Yeah,
think you take a generational center that early. Honestly,
with
maybe, but
with Zabel
and there
gone,
isn't one.
or no, at 14 Zabel wasn't gone. You probably pick
Mm-mm.
Zabel in that spot to play in that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's all
like
I was thinking.
it
As
might
somebody
be a
who's
little
also a big
rich.
fan of Zabel.
Yeah, it might be rich depending on their board. You never know how a team is going to have a FS or FCS lineman graded, especially if he's transitioning to a new position.
That's true. That's true.
I think he fits a lot better in the Seahawks scheme, and like that's a lot safer to say they would have him a lot higher, especially because they need multiple interiors. But for like the
Mhm.
Colts, like it's not like a guarantee. I don't think they might have him as like more of a late. It might be a little rich for him.
Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has
Yeah, that's fair.
bravely
Like you
battled
said,
cancer.
Tyler Warren is a building block, and don't want to pass on a talent that you see as being,
His wish
you
is
know,
to
a
announce the
decade-long
first
player
round
at
draft pick
a
for his
pretty important
favorite
position.
team.
Yeah.
Please join me in cheering
Especially,
on Sam
yeah,
as his wish
Steichen likes
comes
his
true.
tight ends.
Take it
I
away,
don't know if
Sam.
Anthony Richardson does, but I guess we'll see.
Awesome.
I'm excited for this Broncos pick. I haven't seen it yet, but don't spoil it. I have some Broncos fans in the chat.
With the 20th
Okay.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos
Yeah, I've seen it, so shouldn't be
Jahdae
long.
Barron, DB, Texas.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting.
So the 10th player on your top picks is the 20th overall selection, high quality value.
I actually kind of like that a lot. I like that a lot.
My top corner, the first corner to come off the board here.
Like I said, like not everyone is going to view him as an outside corner, but in off zones he can play outside corner. He's I have him ranked as a true first round corner or a true first round player. He was my second corner if you're profiling him as a corner. He could play slot, he could play nickel for you, and that kind of more quarter Vic Fangio type system, he can play outside for you if you need him to. The Broncos started styling up it a little bit more last year, flexing a little bit more man. You might not want him playing press man outside for you, but that's a really, really good rotational piece for them. I'm interested in seeing how they're going to use him.
Yeah, I think that's a really great pick for them. The Broncos defense just continues to get scarier.
Yeah, they just know how to draft defense.
And
they just do
also,
that.
I might, as a Vikings fan, I'm not upset about that only because he plays the same role as Byron Murphy Jr. plays on the Vikings. And while I do think that we are very likely to take a DB, that's not necessarily one that I had high on the Vikings specific draft board. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But also fuck Sean Payton.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, that's an interesting pick. That's interesting. They just did sign Talanoa Hufanga too. And they do have don't they have Stearns?
Dude, I cannot believe the 49ers let him go.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that move. But they kind of just do that. They're not really huge on paying their guys unless they're like the top of the line, like the Fred Warner, George Kittle.
I just think with the lower round draft picks that you're in-house developed like that, you just got to reward them. But different philosophy, I guess. I mean, it's almost time to start questioning the philosophy, arguably, with Kyle Shanahan at this point. But
yeah,
maybe that's a hot take.
Yeah, Seth, you guys were struggling when Riley Moss got out. I 100% see them like flexing him outside in those situations and playing him in the slot and kind of other situations. Maybe allowing Talanoa to be more near the box and he could play a little bit more deep. There probably might have been better picks for the Broncos, Nomad. 100%, you're not wrong. They probably needed more help at running back or receiver or IDL. I don't think they needed as much secondary help, but like he's a top 10 player on my board and you're getting him at number 20. A lot of teams go BPA in first round and like that's BPA by a mile, honestly. I understand it's not the best fit, it's not the best need, but he's going to be a really good ball player for you guys. I can almost promise you that.
And as much as I hate him, I feel like you have to give Sean Payton some credit in the draft. At least he has drafted incredibly well throughout his career, especially in the early rounds.
Yeah, Sean Payton, he's got a record.
The worst pick that comes to mind, I mean, okay. I'm not going to get into any arguments with some Saints fans here about the DBs, but Marcus Davenport, arguably, and he was good. He was good, but he is just constantly injured, so he was not worth what they ended up paying for him. But regardless, I think that Sean Payton,
Steelers go and take
if
a
Sean
tough
Payton feels comfortable
right
taking
there in the
a
middle of their
position that is
defensive line.
arguably sort of a
I had a chance to
luxury,
go see him live,
considering what you
and
think
he's impressive.
their
He
biggest
just
needs are,
he's on
I
the
think
other
you might
side of the line
want
of
to give him
scrimmage
some credit,
constantly. You see his
honestly,
quickness.
because
He was at
he
Michigan
can make it
State,
work with guys that
transferred
aren't
to
big
Oregon. He
names at
identified
positions that
Oregon as
he
not only the
knows really
school but the
well.
scheme
Yeah,
that he wanted to
100%.
play in
Sean
because they would
Payton,
let him get up.
he's a dude. There's a reason why he got paid so much to like come back after not being there for so long. He's a dude, 100%. I love
But one
that.
more time, I must say, fuck Sean Payton. He's a cheater.
He is a cheater.
He's a morally dubious asshole,
He
but he's a great
also
football coach.
correct. Yeah, I love Derek Harmon to the Steelers, man. I hate that as a Ravens fan, but Derek Harmon's so good. These my number two interior behind Mason Graham. Talk about a three down player who can play anywhere from the 2-eye to the 4-eye, all over the line for you on the interior. Get some pass rush. He had the most pressures out of any interior lineman, and more pressures in sack than I think most edges in the class, outside of like 15 dudes, 16 dudes, which is crazy for an interior guy, and super big body. Love Derek Harmon. Yeah, he's probably like one of the biggest my guys in this class, honestly.
I'm a little disappointed only for the Vikings with Derek Harmon being gone.
Yeah.
Because I do think the Vikings are a sleeper to draft an interior defensive lineman, even though we just signed Jonathan Allen and Jahad Ward.
Yeah, I think it is a
They're both
really
old, you know?
that's one of the team needs I actually have for the Vikings. Harrison
It's
Phillips.
been a long time need, but
It
it's
is.
not going to be a big issue this season.
Mhm. Yeah, like you guys are fine this season, but like you said, Jonathan Allen is aging. Harrison Phillips is probably only giving you like 1 or 2 more years. Like you just kind of you need more bodies, man. You need more bodies. As I see, Brooke Dave, yeah, his defense is Derek Harmon, man, is probably my favorite defensive player at that spot. They need interior D line. I couldn't grade that pick any higher. I love Derek Harmon. He's going to be great on the Steelers, man. He's going to be really good. Yeah, Sean Payton does draft well. No, man, just wait and see. Just trust. He's such an instinctual, smart zone player. He's gonna be fine. And yeah, Derek Harmon is a beast. That guy is different. I'm surprised he fell far, like down this far. I would have taken him with the Bengals pick.
Do we happen to have any Packers fans in here?
Yes, we have one. If Seth is still in here, he's from he's I won't talk about him too deep. I don't want to give off any of his information, but he's a Packers and a Broncos fan.
Okay,
He's a
okay.
Packers and a Broncos fan for
That's good
reasons.
because I'm going to talk some major Packers smack here as we approach the Packers pick.
Give him a front row seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will
You
Johnson
know,
from Michigan would have made sense for them at corner. They need depth there, but I think with the injury concerns and the non-testing athletic concerns, he's going to fall down the board. I'm sorry, what are you going to say, Tori?
I forgot, man. I was just smoked a joint. There's something about the Packers. It'll come to me in a second.
Fair. Something about the Packers. Yeah, yeah. Seth actually, as a Vikings fan, has stated he does not like care about the Vikings or Lions.
Oh,
He's not a Vikings or Lions hater.
this is it. That was it, actually. You know, the rivalry between the Vikings and the Packers to me is my favorite because it's one way. Like the Packers fans obviously view the Vikings as like a rival, but I think that especially in the national view, the Vikings and the Packers rivalry is secondary to the Bears and the Packers rivalry. But the Vikings fans just bitterly hate the Packers. And people from Wisconsin, I mean, it's ironic too, because you hear about Minnesota nice, and that's a real thing, but not towards the Packers. Everybody in the state of Minnesota hates the Packers. And frankly, despite not being in the state of Minnesota, I still get sick to my stomach every time that I see a Packers logo. And it's actually become sort of a rivalry with a neighbor from me 2 houses down. Who
But
happens
that's
to
the
have
thing.
a Packers flag.
Yeah. That'll make the hate that much worse because, like, you might not like something, but then you have a neighbor who's like a proud flyer of something you don't like. That just makes you like despise. Like, I would feel the same way if like a Bengals or like a Steelers fan did the same thing.
And I must admit, there exist pictures of me as a child with a cheese head and a Brett Favre Packers jersey.
Oh, that's a bad that's a bad look.
Now, that phase of my life is what directly led into me being a Viking fan. And I've scrubbed the existence of those images from anywhere other than my own personal archives. But man,
Someone's got to find those
if the
photos.
best part of my season isn't watching the Packers lose in the playoffs, I'd be lying. We don't get many nice things in Minnesota as Minnesota sports fans. So if there's one thing that it helps me feel better about the Vikings' disappointment every season, and because it has been every season, it's watching the Packers lose a playoff game, because unfortunately they seem to always be in the playoffs.
Yeah, at least you can get one back in that sense. You could always, at least count on that. I'm really glad that Aaron and Brett passed that gene down to Jordan Love. Something he really needed.
Yeah. Man, don't get me started on Aaron Rodgers. All the fucking clickbait articles about Aaron Rodgers going to the Vikings this year, my God, they have me so disgusted. I cannot express like the disappointment that I will feel if we sign Aaron Rodgers. He is not Brett Favre, first of all. Aaron Rodgers is a washed up piece of shit. He's insane, dude, and he is so bad. He hasn't been good for at least 4 years. My favorite, oh my God, man, last year, the Aaron Rodgers 2024 season highlights where he just runs onto the field with an American flag and then fucking tears his Achilles or whatever. Some things just make it worth it,
Some things just make it worth it. Fair enough. That's funny.
How many rings? Well, see, if you count the year before the Super Bowl started. And unfortunately, that's not a
the ball linebacker. Some believe he could rush off of the edge.
The Vikings did win the championship the year before the Super Bowl started. And then continued on to lose 4 Super Bowls in the next, I believe, 10 years. 3 of them in 4 years. I know that. So. But I'll tell you what, this is our year.
This Chargers pick is, to me, it's fascinating.
It's going to be this year. As much as I hate University of Michigan, growing up as a Michigan State fan and then going on to graduate from UW, whilst watching UW lose in the championship to Michigan, I still think that he is going to be incredible until proven wrong. Is that out of hope and as opposed to maybe logic? The jury is still out.
meaning only 10 more draft picks with a 5th year of contractual
But
control that goes along with it. Something to keep in mind.
this is the year. What can I say?
Quarterback
And
draft
I'm excited to watch the Packers draft the Bucks here.
This is the year. Well, they can't draft Shamar Stewart. Somebody already did that.
Chargers select Omarion
They'll
Hampton,
find
running
someone.
back,
Don't worry.
North Carolina.
Ooh, I love Omari and Hampton going to the Chargers. R.I.P. Najee Harris, bro. He's going to get his job taken quick.
Look, he reminded me of Jonathan Taylor. You see
That's
this
tough.
big back get out in the open field, and he can absolutely go. You see the size. He is a big, physical, punishing runner. A lot of times you have to sacrifice with that. You'll get somebody who's maybe a little bit tight, someone who lacks the home run speed.
Divisional rivalries in sports are the greatest, man. You got to love it. You got to love it. I absolutely loved the championship before the Super Bowl. That is elite work.
We've got to be the highest drafting 14-3 team, or 14 win team, I should say, of all time. I would think.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think a 14-win team has ever drafted outside like 25 or 26.
See, so we're still breaking records. There's not much.
Yeah, breaking records in the worst way, just
think.
like the Packers. Only with the Packers, it's just their first-round draft picks in the worst way. Who do you think they go here?
You know, I'm really bad at predicting the Packers pick specifically every year. Probably out of some sort of personal bias other people might say that I have. I don't necessarily agree, but
we look at what they like to do, they like big wide receivers. Jaden Higgins would be great for them because he is an actual X and can play on the outside for them. And I actually would love the value for him here. I have him ranked in my 20s. And they like big old edges that could slide on the inside sometimes. Who's left at edge right now?
Pierce, Green.
Pierce doesn't fit what they do. Michael's gone. Shamar's gone. God, Landon Jackson, I love him to death, but this would be such a Packers reach to grab Landon Jackson at this spot just to fit the mold of like who they like to draft at edge.
You know, I can tell you what they're not going to do, and they're not going to pick a wide receiver. For whatever reason, they're just allergic to it.
Yeah, they are pretty allergic to it. I don't think they do it, but I hope they do because Higgins would be a dog for them, honestly. He'd be a godsend for them. Someone who actually like consistently can hold on to the ball, can challenge at the rim on the outside, get off of press. Very valuable things. If this isn't... Okay, let's think. Let's think, though. They could do IOL or tackle. Everyone on their line has like a contract expiring next year or in 2 years. Think this is a little bit early for anyone else, though, especially if you're not playing them year one. They could go Starks here. Ooh, I actually really like this as a Maxwell Hairston spot. Is that what I did in my predictive? I think that is what I did in my predictive. Jair Alexander might not be there anymore. Nate Hobbs. You signed him to a decently sized deal, but not a consistent outside guy, I don't think. You got some slot types in there, and Keshawn Nixon. They could really use another outside body, especially another stable one. I could see that. I would actually really like that for them here, too. Honestly, I would.
Yeah, I think DB makes a lot of sense for them. Especially if they do end up cutting Jair Alexander.
Which is interesting, man, because that just leaves that room so depleted.
Yeah, the Packers are not in a great spot, but somehow they keep winning.
Yes. With one of the youngest rosters, too. I actually watched Jordan Love, his 20. Was it the 2023 tape or the 2024 tape? When I was at the scouting academy, he was one of the quarterbacks I did like a in-depth, like long report on, and I really liked the flashes he has. Man, he's just it was very interesting to watch because he has so many moments where you're like, man, what are you doing? But there's a lot of good stuff in what he does. Just pressure gets to him.
I
Pressure,
think Jordan
especially
Love's really
outside
good,
pressure.
honestly. But yeah, I just think the Packers are asking too much of him.
They are.
They're
They're
running their roster like they're Kansas City or
yeah, exactly.
2011 Green Bay, where
They're
they can
making him
just
play hero
have
ball.
value positions at every player at every position. Yeah, he's not. And maybe he will be one day, but he's not at the level where he can fully just carry a team at least deep into playoffs consistently. Like, and that's the way they're treating him
Yeah, I
in
agree.
terms of
Like
how much, yeah,
he's a very
how much
strong
they're actually building up
quarterback,
their roster.
but like yeah, he's not like prime A Rod where you could just kind of force him to play hero ball and just be like, all right, like let's go to work. These are the guys you have. You gotta get him some help like all around the board.
Yeah, and I see a little girl. It's really cool, man. With her Packers gear on and so many
Packers pick is
jerseys
in,
of
huh?
the Packers.
I feel like this has got to be. I think it's got to be Hairston or some typical Packers pick.
The young lady with the Brian Branch jersey standing up in the mix of this.
See what Brian Gutekunst does.
Give her some credit there. That's courage.
You rep your team, man. The Lions
Steadfast in her belief.
And the Lions will be on the
Oh, did you see that Bengal like freaking out when Daniel Jeremiah dropped his latest mock?
No, I didn't.
In Daniel Jeremiah's final mock, he had the Giants trading back to take the Seahawks pick and then drafting Jackson Dart. And he was like having a conniption. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what DJ. I don't know. Who is that?
That's insulting to the Giants franchise.
Is that the Gutekunst?
Oh my God. Ooh. They're going to take forever on this pick because it's in Green Bay. God. How come they have it in Detroit last year and Green Bay this year? Like,
Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion.
Oh, I did not recognize who this was at all.
Mark Murphy.
Packers have a CEO? I didn't even realize that because they're
I thought they were owned by like the city of Green Bay.
I think they're owned by like fans.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like not. It was like a collection owning. It's interesting. Yeah, that's true. Whether they draft literally anything but offense, they don't like to draft offense in the first. But this is the spot to do it. You can always change. Gutekunst doesn't, but maybe someone put something in his coffee this morning and he's asleep at the wheel right now, and someone else is turning in the card. You never know. You could hope.
Yeah, man. As much as I feel like he needs to be fired every year that he isn't, I get a little bit happier.
just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL.
All right, we get it, John.
Who's
at 23?
Special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Listen to this crowd. Oh, baby.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
They did it. They did it. The good ending.
He's here. I'll tell you what, timing
I think Higgins fits a little bit better for their style of offense, but Golden is insanely good, man. True separator. You're probably going to keep him out on the Z because they have so many slot types there already. But that's a great fit. That's a great fit in my opinion. What is he left on my board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 9th player left on my board, so can't complain about that at all. I think it's a good fit for him. I have a first to second round grade on him, so very comfortable taking him here at 23, especially for a team that needs outside help. Even if he isn't the most traditional outside receiver, he can still play on the outside for you, separate deep. It's not bad at all.
Taken with a first-round pick since 2002, and let's have the kid be here.
I kept forgetting that this is in Green Bay.
Let's have the word gold in his last name. That is what we call.
Oh, the Vikings pick is in. We're not trading back.
Oh, really? This has got to be Starks.
Fuck them kids. We're going to skip 70 spots and pick again at 97.
It's unbelievable.
He said building a roster? No. We don't do that here.
Hey, whoa. Let's not take
Shador
it that
has not been drafted yet, Quentin. Shador's not been drafted. Packers and Panthers did get the good ending this year, honestly. I think the Panthers was a little bit more of the good ending, but, like, you can't complain either way. They both got the good ending here.
Golden's suit is, in fact, golden.
Golden is representing the name 100%. Yeah, ran a 4.29 at the combine. A lot of people talk about that you don't really see it on tape as much. He's just much more of like a smooth runner. He's not a super hard, kind of powerful type running receiver. You see him kind of turn on the speed when he gets the ball in his hand. He can take it the house. You see him do that. But a very, very fluid, quick, snappy receiver. He's going to play on the outside for you because you have so many slot guys, but it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yeah, Shador is going low, Quentin. Which makes, like, it doesn't make me happy, but it makes me happy that I kind of am in terms with the league on him. It makes me kind of feel like I know ball because I have a true second round grade on him. I would understand taking him with a back end of round one, with the first pick, or like a back end round one pick, if there's kind of no one in the class like this one. Like if someone traded up to 32, 31, 30, I could 100% see it. But not someone you should be taking top 10, not someone you should be taking top 5. And the league agrees, so. The league agrees. Not saying he can't be good. I still think he's going to be a fine quarterback in the league. In the few years, he's probably going to be around like the 16 to 20th quarterback. And that's a playable quarterback. If you have a good enough roster around him, that's someone you can go deep in the playoffs and challenge a Super Bowl with. But you're going to need a good enough roster around him to be able to do that. It's not a kind of hero ball type player.
It's crazy. I thought you were talking about Kirk Cousins for a second.
Honestly, Kirk Cousins isn't a terrible comparison for him.
Man, I want to
Like, they're both dudes that don't have elite arms, but, like, have good enough arms to play at the NFL. They definitely struggle a little bit with internal clocks and pressure. They know how to play on time, and kind of know how to improvise a little bit, but it's not like the main facet of their game. Guys that aren't uberly athletic. Like, that's not a one-one comparison, but it's honestly, like, not the worst comparison at all.
They hugged each other like they had met each other before. It wasn't their first time meeting. Had no idea.
JJ and Aaron Rodgers does happen in some multiverse. It just happens in some multiverse on another team because the Vikings are not that stupid.
Yeah, I don't think they do the Brett Favre thing again. I don't. Especially with JJ there, I just feel like Aaron Rodgers doesn't have it in him to just be like, yeah, I'm the backup. Like, he's not that type of guy to be like, yeah, I'm the mentor backup type. Like, that's me. Like, I'm fine with that. I don't see it. I really don't.
I think he's just going to be a negative influence on the locker room wherever he is too.
Yeah,
Dude, he's
you're not
weird.
wrong.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota
And he's
Vikings
selfish, man. He's just not fun to be around.
Jackson, guard,
Oh?
Ohio State.
I love it. I love it.
I don't hate that at all,
Exactly
honestly.
what I wanted to see.
I don't hate that at all.
Continues to invest in this
A guy that is in my top 50. Someone that is worth the end of the first round, in my opinion, here. Because it is such a thin interior O-line class, he's the best interior O-line available, in my opinion. I like Tate Ratledge a little bit better because of the run game versatility he gives you, but Donovan Jackson is just the most like fluent, safe pass protecting guard in this class. He can flex out to tackle for you. That's a beautiful pick for them, honestly. That is.
Oh, you changed it up there pretty quick. Love to see that.
How do you feel about that as a Vikings fan, Tori?
Say what you will, I'm incredibly happy that the Vikings this offseason have finally said, fuck it, we don't have a good interior offensive line, and that is the number one most important part of a competent offense.
Never remember all this. Relax,
Maybe that's a little bit of a hot take, but I don't think so. And finally, this offseason, we go out, we signed 40% of the Colts offensive line that left that we were talking about earlier, which is a good offensive line. Was a good offensive line, I should say. And granted, they did have some injuries, but we'll see how that plays out. And then not only do you upgrade at center, you upgrade at right guard, you have two of the best tackles in the entire league. Rather than doing what they've done in all three interior line positions in the past and just letting some lower round picks duke it out until you find somebody who's just competent enough to be the worst starter in the league, they go out and they draft a guard in the first round. I love the idea. Now, do I trust Ohio State linemen? No. Unequivocally, no. However, do I trust the ability of the Vikings coaching staff to develop an interior offensive lineman? No. Again, no. But every now and then, a guy just has it in him to be great wherever he is.
It's true.
And, until we see that he isn't that, I'm going to just give the benefit of the doubt to Kwesi Adofo-Mensah and trust that we just got an awesome guard for our scheme, for what the Vikings want to do next year, and now have zero holes on the offensive line, something which you could not have said since I started watching the Vikings in 2009.
Yeah, talk yourself into it, man. That's great. You love to hear it.
Am I happy that we got an offensive lineman out of Ohio State? Objectively, no. I don't know how anyone could be. But I'm glad that we didn't draft a safety, first and foremost. And I'm happy that we didn't draft another DB only because I just feel like the Vikings' best opportunity to land short-term starters, like people who can play competently now, is going to be in this second round of free agency that comes after the draft with the post June 1st release cap space differentiations, as well as the not impacting the compensatory draft picks any longer after the draft.
I like it. I like that analysis.
Last 10 minutes.
I don't know if you just are paying attention to the board at all, but the Giants are at 25 and the pick is in.
And it's the first wide receiver taken with a first-round pick in 23 years, and
so
yeah,
Green Bay's
moving.
been asking for the last 23 years.
Oh, let's look at the trade. Oh, I'm hiding it. I'm sorry.
2 picks tomorrow night. They still have a third-round draft choice.
Really? So they trade 25 for a second, a third, and a third next year. So back to 34. Essentially moving back 14 spots. It's not terrible. Yeah, Shador's cheesing in that war room right now. It's definitely the Shador spot.
I felt like that was their preference with the quarterbacks.
I did not expect them to trade back in and take Shador. I didn't think they would take a quarterback this high. Like, I don't understand why you give Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston money to take Shador. Like, I understand giving Jameis Winston money or giving Russell Wilson money, but why are you paying both of those guys to bring in another dude? Like, where's Shador going to be? Is he going to be your one? And are you paying 2 veteran backups? Is he going to be your 2 and you got a really awkward room? Or are you going to sit your rookie behind 2 mediocre veteran guys? Like, I don't know. It's a little bit interesting for me. I would rather see him try to target quarterback next year. I know it's not a guaranteed thing, but interesting to me, especially trading back up. I thought they could have used those picks on a very, very lackluster roster at the moment, but I get it. I mean, like, I get wanting to get your future quarterback if you feel like he is. Not me at 24, but or not me trading up to 25, but you know, I get it. Just don't love it.
And they got 2 vets to handle their business at the position this year. This makes all the sense in the world, does it not?
If you're looking at the 2 quarterbacks that we would think is potential here, Shador and Jackson Dart. Shador is much
now,
more
yeah, this has got to be Shador. So I wonder who we look at after this for the Rams.
Shador is human.
Near-term playability.
Meanwhile, at the same time as we're waiting for this, the Rams just traded out.
Since Shador is a bit riskier, I feel like they plan to sit him under Wilson. Yeah, they need to. Ooh, I'm listening to him say it. It's got to be it.
2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback.
Wow. It's Jackson Dart. No. Bengal is going through the ringer right now, bro. Oh my gosh.
The IHOP trade alert flashing across the screen. The Rams are trading back.
Oh my gosh.
The Falcons are back on the clock.
That makes sense. I was gonna say I thought the Rams would have been a good trade out spot for Shador Sanders. I didn't expect the Texans to try to do it right there. Excuse me, Jackson Dart. Holy hell, I did not expect that. Wow. I don't know about it, man. I had a true 3rd round grade on him. That's someone with a very nice arm, very nice mobility, but just does not see the field well, does not see open routes short consistently, gets really affected by pressure very easily, has a bad internal clock, bails from pockets consistently. Like, he has really good flashes. Like, he took Ole Miss uh, very far last season and had a very, very, very productive season. It's not like he's undraftable. A third round grade for me is someone who's a potential starter. He just has a lot of ways to go seeing the game and being a more consistent down to down quarterback, not holding on to the ball as long, getting that ball out and making better decisions quicker. He can do it. It's just I wouldn't have done it for this room. That's interesting. That's interesting. Rich for me.
I'm shocked that they took Dart, but at the same time, I'm not, given that it's the Giants. Like, if the Giants are going to take a quarterback,
Oh yeah.
they're going to reach.
Yeah, no, for the team specifically, like, yeah, I'm not 100% surprised that the Giants would do something like this, but just for the pick, trading up for the pick for Dart in this scenario is just crazy. That is wild. I have to take Dart off my board. I wasn't expecting to do that this early. Actually, I don't even have him on. I just have the top 75 board up. I don't even have him on the board.
Wow.
Never mind. That's man. R.I.P. Shador. He's gonna fall to 33. See this. I don't get it, man. The Browns could have taken Hunter at 2, and they could have found a way to get Shador, and that would have helped that program so much. Not only would it have helped their offense extensively, but the Browns, who struggle with media, struggle with ticket sales, struggle with getting primetime game slots, like, think about what that would do for that organization, getting those two guys in there. Think about the jersey sales, like actually getting considered for primetime slots for games, the amount of actual tickets, the amount of people you're going to want coming to your games to see those guys. I don't, man.
From an owner's perspective, sure. I think that that's a really odd decision. But I think there's something to be said about attracting all that attention and losing. Because, like, there's no guarantee that those guys will turn around the team, but they certainly are going to bring a high profile.
Yeah.
And the pressure on them is going to be immense. And then, Dion is sort of a NFL version of LeVar Ball.
Yeah. That's not a terrible comparison to make, honestly. It's not like they're the exact same personality type, but, like, it's that same kind of, like, role kind of figure.
Deion Sanders has way more
Oh,
reason to
way more respect and, like,
yeah.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
But that being
James
said, I mean,
Pierce
with it
Jr.,
being the most important position on a team,
Tennessee.
and teams not being totally sold on him, but knowing that it comes with all that baggage, I'm not shocked, honestly.
We begged him for years, just take a pass rusher in the first round.
In fact, I was more surprised that he continued to have round one talk about him most of the offseason, despite how he played at Colorado. I mean,
he's got a variety of moves. He's not just going to win with
kind of reminds me of the hyper on Malik Willis a couple years ago coming into the draft.
Yeah,
there was like speculation that the Lions were going to take him at number 2 at one point.
Yeah,
like
that
24
class
hours before the draft.
That class is like such a good example of just quarterbacks get hyped up every year.
Yeah.
Like Matt Corral, Will Levis, Malik Willis.
Matt Corral.
Like all of those guys were getting hyped out as like first round guys. The night before, like the day before, the draft odds got changed, the betting odds got changed because some dude on Reddit was like, "Yeah, I know Will Levis and he's going number 1." like, dude, it's draft week is like an absolute blur. Just there's so much smoke, so many people lying and just spewing stuff. Just yeah, it's funny. I love that pick for them, man. We talked about Raheem Morris wanting to maybe right the wrongs of this organization's past, and they just traded up to get James Pierce Jr., who is a great edge rusher that's still on the board. My number 3 edge rusher shows more nuance than really any of the guys who have already been taken outside of Abdul Carter in the ways that he could just win super well with power, with speed around, knows how to counter, has decent hand moves. Isn't going to give you a ton in the run, but a very nice splash playmaker. He can make some athletic splash plays for you off the back end. A lot of juice, man. Ran like a 4.47 with like a 1.51 or like a 1.56. It was like somewhere in between there for his 10-yard split. Really, really like that pick for them. Jalen Walker and James Pierce doesn't force you to have to really rely on Jalen Walker as a true edge all the time. So I really like that for them, man. That is really nice.
Yeah, that's a crazy haul for the Falcons now. Going from one of the more disappointing edge rooms, in recent history, really, to having two top prospects in the same room.
Hey.
Definitely got a shot to be set up for the future there.
Good. The Ravens pick next. Yeah, they get a lot of juice for that
What do you
room,
want to see
man.
here?
Who I want to see right here, who
Yeah.
I predicted the Ravens to take at the spot, it would be BPA for me outside of Mike Green, honestly, and Josh Simmons, but they wouldn't take Josh Simmons. And Malachi Starks, man, it would be the most Ravens pick of all time. You just let good players fall to
Yeah,
you and you take them. We got our Darius Washington back, but he's on like a 1 year, $3 million deal. The Ravens like to play 3 safety when they can. That's when they're at their best, is when they're able to move around Kyle Hamilton and our Darius from the 2 half to the box to the slot. Just really keep disguising everybody. They do that the best with 3 safeties. Allows you to be more flexible with Marlin. You're not forced to play Marlin in the nickel anymore. Malachi Starks would be able to do anything for you, man. It would be the most perfect pick at 27 for me. But I would also love Mike Green. I have Mike Green as a top 15 graded player in this class. I absolutely love Mike Green. He's got to be falling because of the off the field issues, which is a bit of a concern, but off the true talent, like, he's far and away the second best pass rusher next to Abdul Carter in this class for me.
Seems like the Ravens are always drafting pass rushers at the end of the draft. Maybe that's just recency bias.
We draft edge and O line in like every class. Last year we drafted Adisa Isaac. The year before that it was like Tavius Robinson. The year before that we had a Jabo. The year before that it was Owe. Like, we're gonna get edge somewhere in the class. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think Starks would be interesting to the Ravens here. Like you talk about with the Ravens playing 3 safeties, you really have two guys at the extremes in terms of size, what you might ask them to do with Washington and Hamilton. Ironically, both founding fathers, too. Starks is not, but I still think he'd be a welcome member to that safety room.
Yeah, he definitely would.
Could play a role that maybe you wouldn't want to ask of the other two.
Yeah, I
given
think
what they are capable of at other spots because of their unique sizes.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like, they would feel so comfortable being able to play him as a true free. It's like you're saying with like the sizes and stuff. Like, they love playing our Darius in the slot because he is 5'9" and he isn't uberly athletic, but he's smart enough to be able to play over top. And Kyle Hamilton, again, like, not uberly athletic, but it's just super smart and is super good in the overhang coming off the edge. Like, he would just fit so well. They're all clapping, celebrating It's gotta be Starks, man. It's gotta be Starks. And that's another mock draft hit for me if it is. I would love that.
And you get a high free safety.
Goodell is at the podium.
Malachi Starks, I'm not going to put this
for
comp on him as a player.
Man, how do you keep falling behind? Time really just moves slower in Nebraska, huh?
It really does. Let's go, baby. God did. I'm a witness. I just been many better than a minute. Oh, let's go, man.
Congratulations.
I might buy a Malachi Starks jersey. Legit.
Couldn't blame you. Could not blame you.
I wanted to get a Kyle Hamilton jersey when he got drafted because in January I commented on a Ravens Instagram page because during that January in that process everyone's like, oh, Kyle Hamilton's top 10, he's top 10, there's no way he falls to us, and I commented and pinned it and I was like, he's going to fall to 14 and the Ravens are going to take him and he's going to be a dog.
Man.
That's exactly what happened, but his jerseys are always sold out. It's impossible to get his jerseys. But Malachi
Huge fumble from the Vikings that year, by the way. Trading down from, I believe it was 13.
Yep.
And declining to draft Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, and saying, fuck it, we're going to take Lewis Cine at 31 or 32.
Yeah, man.
Did not work out well. But, man.
Missing out on Hamilton to take Cine is
a no-brainer, but yeah.
I love this so much, man. I was hoping this was of all the semi realistic ones. All the edges are somewhat realistic because this edge class is so sporadic and how people feel about them. But I didn't think any of the top ones were going to get here. Malachi Starks is one of those guys where I'm like, he should go so much sooner, but he could fall, and it would be the most Ravens thing ever to get him, and I would just love it. Yes.
Yeah, I love that for you guys, and I'm not surprised at all that he fell this far, only because it just seems like that's par for the course with this.
It's just safety
build.
Yeah, it's just safety.
Unless you're Kyle Hamilton, you're not going in the top 16 as a safety.
Yeah, if you're not a true game wrecker, it definitely hurts his case. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not a true game wrecker, at the safety, you're not getting taken super high. And it doesn't help Stark's case that he wasn't as productive this year and his tape wasn't kind of the same as it was last year. Even if he was being asked to do a ton more, I think he's going to be so good, man. My number one safety in this class. Had a true first-round grade on him. I only had 15 total players with a true first-round grade, and he is one of them. So that is excellent value for me. To take him off my board.
Could you remind me of your grade on Donovan Jackson? I'm going to be on mute for just a second, by the way, but I'm still listening.
Yeah, I'll go to Donovan Jackson and the O-line splits right here. I have Donovan Jackson as a 6.71, which is a true second-round grade for me. Kind of the higher end of a true second-round grade.
Sorry about that.
I see him as someone that would go towards the end of the first round, especially in this class. I'm comfortable with that. Like I said, I think he's probably the most day one fluent pass protecting guard. You could just plug him in at guard and absolutely feel completely fine about him in the pass. I just wanted to see a little bit more consistency in the nastiness in the run game. For someone who's such a good athlete, he doesn't consistently get over people in the run game. In stretch and zone concepts, I would like to see him work his core and his hands a little bit better, get a little bit nastier moving people in gap, but you really can't go wrong with him. Someone that could flex out from left guard to left tackle, just really solid overall guard in this class. Oh, Malachi Starks, man. I'm cheesing, man. Malachi Starks. Love to see it. I don't think that could have gone any better for the Ravens. I really don't. I will be right back. I'm going to go refill my water and take a victory lap. I'll be right back.
I will be here. I cannot see the chat, by the way, so you're gonna have to wait till Chandler comes back, which is probably what you want anyways.
All right, I'm back. What is up,
Welcome back.
crew? What did I miss?
Not much.
Tyleek Williams. Hell yeah. That's really funny.
Oh, the Lions. That's what I meant by not much.
Tyleek Williams. I actually really like that. He's my number 40 prospect. He's my best IDL left on the board, so that makes 100% sense why they would want to take him here. He moves a lot and looks a lot like Lee McNeil. He's not as big as Lee McNeil, but he plays in sort of that same role. It's really good for that 4-3 that they like to run, man. It's going to be good. It is going to be really good for them. I think he's going to be a dog in Detroit.
Where is Levi Onwuzurike?
Levi Onwuzurike, I think he just re-signed a 1 or 2 year deal, either there or somewhere else. Mike Green is a Texan. Watch this. I would be fine with that. Also, my friend Nomad said he would love to talk ball with you.
About what?
I don't know. He just said just love to talk ball.
Right on.
But yeah, Tyleek Williams, Nomad. That's a great pick. That is a great pick for them. They need to get a little bit more stout on their interior line. Their roster's not in a bad spot where they're really forced to take any pick here, and that just adds so much more juice, not only in the run game but as a pocket pushing presence in the pass game. They don't have a lot of juice in the pass game, and even though he's not like the juiciest pass rusher, he's going to give them a little bit of pocket push, a lot of rotational ability with the lead McNeil. I absolutely love that pick for them.
Nomad, I can see your messages now. I just meant that I couldn't see them while Chandler was gone. I was in the other room.
Let's see. So we got the picks in for the commies. I think this is the Donovan Ezeraku spot. I think they go edge here. Maybe Mike Green if the off the field concerns finally, stop. The fall of Jihad Campbell is crazy. I know he just had surgery, but am I wrong? Did I just forget to take him off my board? No, I'm not. He's still falling, man. That is wild. He is a linebacker, and, with him just having surgery recently on his shoulder, that is pretty concerning. You might not have him there from training camp, so in a way it does make sense, but he is a really good player. One of the only players I have true first-round grades on left, which is, as you can see on the screen, Mike Green, Josh Simmons, Jihad Campbell. All these guys either have off-the-field concerns, and Mike Green are dealing with injuries with Jihad Campbell, or both in Josh Simmons. So it's most likely the reason these guys are falling this far. Yeah, it is going to be an interesting day too, Nomad. Like I've been saying this whole process, man. The value of this class is day 2. Day 2 is going to be so fun. I can't wait for tomorrow. You're probably going to see a lot more trades and movement in day 2 because there's going to be a lot of people trying to. Oh, thank you. I love you. There's going to be people trying to trade up for one of these corners here. If we look at my top board, or by position, if we go down to corners, Travis Hunter, Jade is gone. Will Johnson, Hairston, Amos, Ravel, Porter, I think Morrison, all these guys are probably going in round 2. All those guys are probably going early tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Porter, because he's a 1-year player, maybe Morrison because of the injuries, but it's going to be a crazy day too. I expect a lot of IDL as well. Some of these receivers that are left are super good. Like Jaden Higgins is still really good. Elike Omaner's still really good. And it's going to be a fun day too.
2025 NFL Draft, the Washington
Man, I apologize. I haven't been looking at your spreadsheet on the screen much. Couple questions real quick. Is your grade using the same scale as the ESPN grader, or is it just through NFL.com that okay.
It's not off either, actually. This whole family's screaming. Let me do this real quick. So I actually use I put it in the descriptions of some of my videos. I forgot to put it in the description of this. That would have been very helpful for me to do. But it's a grading scale I got at the Scouting Academy. The Scouting Academy instructors, Dan Hatman and John Peterson, they both each have over a decade. John Peterson was a scout in the NFL, USFL, and the XFL for 19 years. Dan Hatman was, I think, 12 or 13. I don't want to. I'm forgetting, and I don't want to discredit him, but it was over a decade, and it was a grading scale that they actually used in the league. So I use their scale. Yeah, I have the descriptions for it, but just don't have them pasted in there right now.
Yeah, second, it does say grade.
It does say grade?
Yes, not grade.
Well, now, I wish I saw that so much earlier. There's probably going to be a lot of typos on this. This was my rough spreadsheet. This was all pretty last minute because I wasn't getting the stream to be able to work. But yeah.
No, that's very understandable.
That is the grading scale that I use. I just like it more than the NFL's like .com one they use. Not
Yeah,
only
I'm not a big fan of that one.
no, it's really arbitrary. Like ours uses 8, so there's more numbers to use, and you use numbers more often. Because like on the NFL one, their 7 is just for like perennial All Pro prospects. So like no one's like ever even getting near that high, and everyone's just like always super clumped up and like the same exact grades. Like I have some clumping in this class because so many of these guys are like day 2 graded guys, but there's a lot more flexibility because of the 8 numbers and the descriptions. Like first rounders are like top end first rounders are immediate impact players, and then your true first rounders are immediate solid starters, and then your back half are guys you're taking round 1 that may not start for you round or like year 1, but you're projecting to be a good starter down the line, and then you get into round 2 and it's an eventual starter in the top of round 2, someone you're expecting to be a solid starter within a few years, and then the back end of round 2 is an eventual starter with time. So like maybe 3-4 years they're gonna take, but they're gonna become a good starter eventually. And then once you hit the third round is just all one, just potential starter, which is guys that have traits or something about them that could allow them to become a starter, but are super raw or lack some athleticism or just have something that just really kind of holds their profile enough to make you scared enough that they couldn't become a starter at the next league. There's something that could hold them back. I just think like the descriptions are a lot more clear than the NFL.com one, in my opinion.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. The NFL.com one feels very like condensed.
Yeah, it
Like
kind
you
of
never
is.
see anybody at the extremes towards the top of their scale. So like, what's the point in it? I feel like it should
Everyone's
be a relative scale.
yeah, it's
Maybe
like
not.
everyone's like a 6.5 to like a 6.1 that's draftable. It's just like super super condensed, which isn't bad. Like it's a scale that's worked for them, and like not to like rash on them or anything, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to be like, especially for trying to reach out to an audience that may not be like super super into the draft yet or know too much about like scouting stuff. Like wanted it to be a little bit more readable. Yeah, I would like to see the Ravens make some moves in round 2 as well. The Ravens have 11 picks in this draft, but the thing is, 4 of them are in round 6. So it's like we really just have one pick in every round except round 6 and I think like round 5. So we really don't have a ton of moving power. The Ravens are also a team that generationally hates moving up. Even though we're a team that's usually in win now mode, we always love trading back no matter what. It's just what we do. So I wouldn't expect it. The Broncos could definitely, and the Panthers, I could definitely see them trying. They have some capital, I'm pretty sure, if I'm
The
not
NFL
mistaken.
is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy.
Keep it up. I love it, Tommy.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan.
I like that pick
and
for
he's
Buffalo.
here with me to make the
I have
announcement
not
for his
seen
beloved.
it. I'm still with my boy Tommy out here.
And that is a pretty cool suit jacket, I must say.
Hey, that actually works for them really well. That is the pick I did for them in the what I would do mock draft for them. works really, really well for this system is a really athletic, fluid, fast, off-zone style corner. Aggressive play style. I like Maxwell Hairston a lot. My top corner available, if you kind of don't like Maxwell or Will Johnson's injury and athletic concerns, I have them graded right next to each other. Love Maxwell Hairston. I think that is a great value at the spot for the Bills.
Well, first of all, this is a defense that
Dun
was
dun dun
29th
dun.
defense last year.
The IHOP trade alert is flashing across the screen.
Third down of the season.
Philadelphia has traded up for the 31st pick.
Someone who, to your point, Charles, is a man corner.
The Chiefs wanted to cosplay as winning the Super Bowl, picking at 32. Feel a little bit better about themselves after that embarrassing loss.
Seeing him match up with the different types of wideouts you see within that division. Think about all the different
You
guys
think this
you
is a
go
Mike
up
Green?
against.
They trade up for Mike Green, maybe?
If he had the year,
There's no way they're trading up for like a quarterback or anything.
He ain't getting here to this point in time.
If you remember last
They just do what they did to Carson Wentz with Jalen and like draft Shador.
Sideways when they heard that they traded with the Chiefs and allowed the Chiefs to get Xavier Worthy, the fastest guy
Hey,
in
thank you
history
for
to
stopping
come
by, Q. You have a good one, bro. I appreciate you for staying by for so long.
Marking Xavier Worthy in future games against the Chiefs.
It will be a great race.
Sorry about that, my headphones just died. I missed the last thing he said to me.
Said, do you think they trade up for Mike Green right here? Like, there's no way they're trading up for like a QB or anything unless they do to Jalen Hurts what they did to Carson Wentz.
To recover there, the big year in 23 we referenced.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they might want to replace Milton Williams, but I don't know that there's a defensive interior lineman that they would want to take here.
If you want to replace Milton Williams, you're probably going Darius Alexander or TJ Sanders here. But the thing is, I don't know. It's interesting. I think Darius Alexander is worth being taken right here. He's like the very top of what I would consider to be a first round pick or like a second round pick. He's almost in that 1 to 2 range for me. Not quite there, but he flashes like 3 down dominance. Not always there, but he can rush against the pass for you, can be a rock against the run for you. He's just got to put it all together on a consistent basis. He's also 25 and played at Toledo. So like,
damn, he's 25?
Yeah, he's going to be 25 during his rookie season.
Not often that you find players older than me in the draft at this point.
I know, like, I'm actually at the age at 23 where like I'm starting to actually be older than a decent amount of guys, and I feel like I'm old. Like
I'm 23. I'm 23 also, but only for a few more weeks.
That's exciting.
Yes, I love getting older, feeling the inevitable march of time towards my certain death.
Yes. Yeah, after you hit 21, it's all just like, oh, great. Another year, and I still haven't done anything.
It's wild.
That's so funny. Yeah, this is actually a really interesting trade spot here, though, man. I'm really intrigued to see what they do. Because, like I said, I think Darius Alexander's worth it, but actually, no, this has got to be Donovan as a Raku, now that I look at the board. Unless they really like Mike Green and they don't care about the off-the-field concerns, which is a very Eagles thing to do, and Mike Green's probably going to get like 15 sacks a season on the Eagles because that's exactly what the Eagles would do with a pick like this.
But man,
Donovan as a Rocky would just fit really well too.
I just don't want to see that. The Eagles are just too good. They just keep acquiring so much talent on defense. I don't understand.
It's just like last year, man. Let a guy with injury or character concerns fall down the board and just swoop them up. It's too easy. Howie Roseman does it every year. It's too easy.
What do you think about, I'm going to ask you about a day 2 guy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Cam Scatterbo?
Ooh, I actually really like Cam Scatabo. I'll pull up my positional charts here. Cam Scatabo's interesting because it felt like during the college season there was so much talk about like Cam Scatabo being a number one, like or near number one, like an absolute dog type back. And then you get into the draft process, and so many people have him falling down their boards, especially after he runs a 4.65. People are just so 40 dependent. They're just like, oh no. At running back, 40 definitely does matter, but there's things you can do to get around it. There's so many good backs that haven't ran sub 4.5 or even sub 4.6, like a David Montgomery, like Josh Jacobs. There are people that can get away with it, and Cam is able to. He is so smart. He's got solid vision. It's not elite, but he creates angles insanely well. He knows he can't beat people with speed, so he puts people in off angles where they have to kind of like dive or make arm tackles or just not comfortable profile tackles. And he has like the most elite contact balance of anyone in this class. He stays up through everything, has such a dominant motor. He churns so hard. Like he's not force. He's got real 4.65 speed. He's not going to take a play house for you from out of like 60 yards or even say like 50 yards. But he's going to turn 3-yard plays and 5-yard plays into 10 to 15-yard plays consistently. Because he's smart. He sets up angles well. He's creative. And he just does not go down. He's like got an insane determination, balance. And he's just, yeah, he's a dog. I like him a lot. As far as running backs go, he is my running back 4. I have a true second round grade on him, so like next round, I'd completely fine with taking him. He's someone that is probably going to fall to day 3, but I'm fine with taking him, or not day 3, round 3, sorry, but I'm fine with taking him in round 2.
Yeah, I really agree with you, honestly, about Scatabo as far as his talent. I saw him play in person once, and then I've obviously, as a Pac-12 fan, former Pac-12 fan, uh, watched a lot of him, and he is just sneaky good.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just so frustrating rooting against him because, you
It's hard.
constantly he's getting put in positions that are, unfavorable and unlikely, and he's converting 3rd down and 6 on a run by an inch when it looks like they were stopped in the backfield, and he's turning 2nd down and 3 into 15-yard gains.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I
He
would love to
plays the
see
running
him
back position
in
right,
purple.
man. He's just
Yeah.
smart. Plays the running back position right. He's got an insane motor. Like he's got like sneaky burst too. It's not like he's got real 4.65 speed, but he can burst through a gap and like get to the second level. It's not like he's like a rock or like when he's getting the ball, he's not coming out of mud. The Eagles here.
Draft. The Philadelphia
This has got to be
Eagles
Mike Greener as a Raku.
Campbell.
Or Jahad Campbell. That makes so much sense too. I completely forgot he's on the board just because I'd expect him to be gone at this point. That's so funny. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, he has the right idea.
Again, they just let really good talent fall to them, and Jahad Campbell is the perfect example of that. A player I have a true first-round grade on, so I only have 2 true first-round grades left. Excellent pick. Eagles do this every single year, man. Getting Quinion and Cooper DeJean last year, just letting people fall to them. That's just what they do. They don't move, they just let good people fall.
Chiefs pick is in immediately.
He's got to be a Josh Simmons, in my opinion. Unless they're like enamored by somebody. Maybe they really like one of these wide receivers. Maybe they really like Travion Henderson. But I feel like this has got to be Josh Simmons.
going to the defending Super Bowl champs.
He can play off the ball. He can play on the ball.
And remember,
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense.
From knee surgery that happened in the playoffs.
Man, he's going to be so good for the Eagles.
Good player.
God, dude.
Talk about some length.
Yeah, bro. Talk about being able to play with Zach Bond, who was a linebacker coming out of Wisconsin, who played a little bit more edge at Wisconsin. He was like an edge linebacker hybrid. Perfect person to teach teach Jahad Campbell. Excuse my language.
Edgerrin Cooper, if you
Good
saw what
lane,
he
man.
did last year with these Green Bay Packers,
That is perfect. That is a perfect
fit. Had, as well as someone who, if you want him to, can rush the quarterback. Jahad Campbell was an edge rusher in high school who moved off the ball because they had 2 first-round edge rushers off the edge in Turner and Campbell. They just had to get him on the field. But this guy, when he hits the go button, he can fly. You see it
what a
here
first
on
round.
Blitz. Here he is coming off of the edge.
That was really fun.
Look, he's going to need to add some more polish as a rusher.
Yeah, it was.
Athleticism, speed,
I'm still pretty surprised the Vikings didn't actually trade back.
Yeah, me
I like
too.
the gumption to sit there and pick a guard. I like Donovan Jackson too. I'm just worried about the legacy of Ohio State linemen.
Yeah, that's fair. It is very fair. Of all the people to trade out of the first, I did not expect it to be the Texans. It's interesting.
They believe in themselves.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's worked out for them, honestly. D'Amico Ryans has not done a bad job there so far. Who's my favorite pick of this class so far? That's a good thing to start looking at. I think the best value pick is probably got to be Jahad Campbell at 31. Like, getting someone this good that late is just kind of crazy. Maybe like a Jahdae Barron at 20 is pretty good value. Malachi at 27 is really good value. The Falcons taking like 2 edges is kind of sick. I think my least favorite pick is trading back in to the first round to pick Jackson Dart when you already have Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson on your roster. That pick is that one is interesting. I'm like, the first thing I'm doing when I get off this stream is I'm looking at Bengals' reaction to that, because that one had been priceless.
Dude, he's got to be pissed. I feel so bad for Giants fans.
It's just rough, man. Yeah, it is rough. I really like Walter Nolan on the Cardinals too.
One of my dad's best friends, who runs one of the fantasy leagues that I'm in, is a huge Giants fan, like a lifelong Giants fan, and would pick. We do an auction draft, so he'd pay a shit ton for Saquon Barkley every year, and up until like 2 years ago, it was always a bad idea. And then this is the first year in recent memory that he didn't pick Saquon, obviously with Saquon flipping to the Eagles, and a different guy who's an Eagles fan paid for Saquon. Saquon ended up being amazing and was the reason that the Giants fan didn't make it into the playoffs this year.
That's so funny. That's so
like
funny.
Lost to Saquon, yeah.
In my buy-in league this year, I had Saquon. I drafted him at like 14, and when Christian McCaffrey was injured, but he was still projected to be back like week 1, I tried to like buy the low or buy the dip, and I traded Saquon. And like McCaffrey never played the entire season.
Yeah, that's tough.
It was terrible, man. I regretted it so much.
Patrick Mahomes, sir.
We have two guys here at the bottom
Josh
of the round
Simmons
who didn't
to
have
the
a healthy
Chiefs.
process, and I think you look at Josh Simmons when he was healthy
It's absolutely
on the field,
huge for them,
he
man.
was outstanding.
I
A
hate
real
to see it
fluid
as a
mover.
fan of
You see the injury
not the
there
Chiefs,
on the bottom
but
of the screen. Ohio State had to get through without him. He started
that
out
is
at San
such a
Diego
good
State.
pick
He's
for
a
them.
San
I
Diego
love that
kid.
for them.
Began at San Diego
He'd
State,
probably
then
be
transferred to
OT1
Ohio
if he
State,
didn't
man.
tear his
He
patellar.
stepped right in at left tackle, and you can see his feet. Just watch him move.
He's just
Here
so
he is,
good.
his ability to kind of roll his hips. He can play
Fluent
with
pass
leverage, get
pro,
underneath
great
guys.
hand
Again,
usage,
his tape
get
is as
after
good
it
as
in the
any
run.
tackle in
He's
this
just a
draft
true,
when he's
like,
out there. Look at him run
can do
and
it
move.
all
He's
left
real
tackle.
fluid and loose. I think he's going to be the most talented tackle on their roster. They've got a bunch of
So
tackles
if
now,
we look
but to me,
back
talent-wise, it's
at
not
the
close. He's their
class
most
as a
talented tackle.
His grandmother was ill when he was picking a school, decided to stay
How many
close
picks
to
did
her
I get right?
at San Diego State. She
See,
ended up
that's
passing
one,
early in his college career. He went to Ohio State, and I agree with
kind
you.
of a
He would have
half
been in play
pick.
for tackle number one or two outside of that injury.
Yeah, and here's the other part as you look at it with Kansas City. They got Jalen Moore in free agency, trying to backstop everything, right? Jawan Taylor's their high-price right tackle. He's there. They needed the competition. The one thing that I know that Andy Reid, Brett Veach wanted and valued was length in an offensive tackle. If they were going to get an offensive tackle, they wanted much more of what
which
they're
honestly
getting
in this
Simmons,
class isn't
much more
terrible.
than
This
a
was
Will
a very,
Campbell
very
type,
tricky class to
right?
try
Or
to nail
Kelvin
down,
Banks where
man.
length might be an issue.
8 is good.
Andy Reid wants that length
8
to
is
keep
pretty
him away
good.
from Patrick Mahomes.
So
Yeah, I'll take 8. For this class especially, I'll take 8.
Ward and then Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter after
You know,
him.
back to Donovan Jackson for a sec, because I was muted when you were talking about him. I think it makes a ton of sense that the Vikings would be willing to sit and pick there if they see a guy who's a great pass protector, because pass protecting specifically has been the weak point of the interior offensive line. Like, there has been a competent, like, at least average interior offensive line run game. But there has been no nastiness, no bite to the pass protection game from the interior offensive line in a long time. So I think that it's sort of a, pivoting hard to the opposite. Grass is always greener, right? So you're really banking on this guy being a strong pass protector, fixing something that's been an issue for as long as I can remember, and then betting on Darisaw and the new center Ryan Kelly making up for what struggles the rookie might have in the run game.
Yeah, and really relying on that fat contract to Will Fries too.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I have some faith in him being able to hold down his own, but especially between Brian O'Neill and Ryan Kelly now, I think that I don't have much worry, honestly, in the right side of the offensive line. The left line is the concern, even though I do firmly believe Christian Darisaw is the best tackle in the offensive, or the best tackle in the NFL. Sorry, I started
Definitely has
reading.
an argument, he's been a dog.
Yeah, but I just worry about Darisaw coming off of the massive knee injury that he had this year, and then Ryan Kelly obviously being old and banged up. The left side worries me more than the right currently, especially it's a rookie compared to Freeze. Even though Freeze only really had, is it Freeze or Fries? I don't know. I hear it.
I have no idea. It just looks like Fries. I just say Fries. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Freeze.
I hear people that I would expect to know the correct pronunciation say both. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wouldn't take it. I don't think it matters too much. Freeze the Fries. I think people know what you're talking about.
Just call them frozen fries.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's in such a good spot though, like as far as being in a scheme that's gonna help him not have to worry about being super ready day one. Like they're gonna be on the move a lot, and he's gonna be surrounded by two dudes that really know what they're doing and can help him with protections And, if he's facing a dominant interior presence one game, like Ryan Kelly could help him on a double if they really need to. You can get a running back to fill up on the middle with him if you really need it. Like, I think he's going to be fine, but if he does have some lumps and bumps, I think they have the pieces around him to be able to support him through that.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the Vikings offensive line moving forward now.
That is definitely one of the stronger units.
I'd love to see the Packers take a corner just to solidify Jair Alexander leaving, because I know that the Vikings have a lot of interest in signing him, and I think that would be something that works out pretty well for us.
Yeah, teams that need corner are honestly so blessed. Like the fact that Will Johnson, Savone Ravel, Trey Amos, the fact that those guys fell out of the first and they had like a real chance to go into the back end, like teams that need corner are absolutely thriving. So like I said in like the beginning of this, it is one of the steepest drop-offs after like round 3. You're not finding very many playable corners after that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Vikings need another potential starter at corner, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think Shaq Griffin still is unsigned. He might have signed late in the
He
offseason.
might have. If he did, it's not for like any real money.
But I don't know. I just don't trust Kwesi's ability to draft a DB at this point. I don't know that there's anybody. I don't know. Brian Flores, maybe, if they let him choose
Yeah,
guys
I
that,
think if
you know,
they let him choose his guy, like there's some real dudes you can get that can play in his system in this class still.
yeah.
But it's gonna be like he's got to be able to get his guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so heartbreaking about Kyrie Jackson last year.
Yeah, like
I was so
absolutely
excited
hate to
to
see that,
play.
man.
That's another guy that I watched play in person a couple times.
Yeah, I liked him especially for that scheme. It's very tragic.
But somebody who fits a similar profile, I wouldn't be surprised at all for the Vikings to take
I would
with the third.
really like you guys getting Darian Porter, man. He's still raw. Like he's only played corner for 1 year, or started at corner for 1 year, and he was recruited as a wide receiver. But someone who's 6,
6'3".
he's someone who, I'm sorry, what?
6'3".
Yeah, he's long. He's like tested out of the park. He ran like a 4.28. He's got ball skills, like real ball skills. He was a wide receiver. And so for someone who only started 1 year at corner, like he's got honestly some pretty decent tape. He's not as raw as someone you would think for someone in their first year. You honestly put on like a lot better tape than most of the corners we're gonna like talk about under him in the second and third round. I
I would love to
personally,
see him in purple.
I'm sorry, what?
I would love to see him in purple.
Yeah, I think he'd do great for you. I think Brian Flores would teach him to see the game very well.
Yeah, and I'm so glad Brian Flores is coming back. I think, the circumstances that are forcing him to come back at this point are kind of disappointing.
Yeah, it's very rough not to see him get another head coach opportunity. He definitely deserves it. At the same time, like, you guys have such an elite coordinator that you're probably going to be able to keep for so long. It's like as long as you keep him happy.
Yeah, and I know that he's happy where he is too. I every year it's going to be, crossing your fingers that he doesn't get another head coaching job, even though he totally deserves one. And the only reason I feel like that he's not getting one year to year is because of the ongoing lawsuit, which is kind of fucked up, super fucked up,
It
actually.
is. Like he's basically just being blackballed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's so rough. But you could see like what it's done for the Vikings, man. You guys practically have 2 top 10 head coaches on your team.
Mm-hmm.
Like it does
Yeah, I
so
love it.
much for the culture and the development. Like the fact that you guys have made such a turnaround in such a short amount of time, and like people thought you guys were gonna have such a major fall off after that season where you won so many one-score games. You guys just
Mm.
turn around and just even with J.J. McCarthy going down, just with Sam Darnold kept going, like no drop off.
Yeah, the haters never thought we would lose a home wild card game this year, and we proved them wrong.
Yeah,
It was a road wild card game.
it was.
But it should have been at home, and they're going to change the rules now. Once again, the Vikings were the last team to get the 7 seed the year before the 7 seed became a playoff spot. So the
Yeah.
Vikings are the 7 seed. They're like, oh, the Vikings should have made the playoffs. They changed the rules, and then the Vikings never get the 7 seed. The Vikings missed the playoffs for the first 2 years of that new rule.
It's tough.
It's like some things never change.
You're just always right there. It's never close enough. Ah, man, this is
No,
gonna
but
be
this is
such a
the
fun
year.
day too. This is the year. I think the biggest storylines are Shador still being on the board, even though Jackson Dart is not. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Guys falling out of the first like Luther Burden and Will Johnson, Mike Green. Absolutely wild. All the corners falling out, like every single corner fell out except for Travis Hunter, Jahdae Barron, and Jahdae Barron went in the 20s. We still have all the running backs on the board except for the top 2, which is kind of expected. Donovan has a rock who didn't go in the first. That's kind of wild. Didn't see any safeties, which is a good thing, other than Malachi Starks. Would have been a little bit rich unless you really believe in, like, Kevin Winston through the injury, which I do, but round 1 is still a little bit rich.
Do you think Matthew Golden might be a bust?
See, there's so many conflicting feelings on me, for me about Matthew Golden, because people I really really respect, like Steve Smith Sr. As much as former players kind of get some bad raps nowadays for stuff they do analyst wise, Steve Smith
Mm-hmm.
Sr. His wide receiver, like he is a dog at scouting wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Like Steve Smith does really good job finding wide receivers. Um, so I usually like when he comes out with a wide receiver list, like I don't take it with a grain of salt. Like I'm not gonna completely change around my wide receiver rankings, but I'm really gonna listen to what he has to say. And he has Matthew Golden as his number 1.
Really? Where does
Yeah,
he have McMillan?
I think I can't remember where he had McMillan, but I don't think it was like super high.
Crazy. Well, I disagree with him.
Now I disagree as well. I thought McMillan was like the most consistently nuanced receiver, especially at that ball size, or like at that size, being able to have those ball skills and that fluidity. Like I just
Yeah,
think
he's
that's
awesome.
rare. I think if the only thing that kept me from giving him a top 10 grade was the fact that he will struggle a little bit with contact throughout the route, and he's not a run blocker. And for someone that's like his size, you should be a run blocker.
Yeah, you definitely need to be able to run block to be a number 1 wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
especially like
it's
if you
take
don't
someone
have
that.
any like he doesn't have any excuses not to. It's not like he's a guy who's barely cracking like 6 foot and he's like 180. Like this
Mm-hmm.
dude has long arms. He's 6'5". He's not like weak. I don't know. I felt like the Drake London comparison is lazy. I felt like he wasn't as strong as Drake London, but I feel like he was a tiny bit more quick in his breaks in his routes. Like he was I don't know if a little bit more fluid is the right word, but like I felt like he just moved a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I think McMillan is somebody who has special movement and ball skills for somebody that size. He reminds me more of like Mike Evans.
Yeah, he reminds me if Mike Evans was
But a
more of a
better athlete.
three-level separator. Like
Yeah.
Mike Evans is kind of more of like down the field. Like he could run slants and drags for you because he's like big and can like out muscle people like in those shorter routes, but he's not really like a short area separator. McMillan can still like separate quickly off release in the short area game. But
I
like
honestly feel like that has something to do with the way that players are developed in college at this point. Like, I think that's something that if Mike Evans had happened to be born 10 years later and gone
yeah,
through a different
I agree.
program, I think that's something that's absolutely within his ability. But it's
Like
just,
people go into like wide receiver coaches or doing like off-season training with like private guys, just doing a lot more footwork stuff in general. Like when we were kids and like when I was going up through high school, I barely saw anyone like constantly doing like footwork drills just all off season long, just only
mhm,
doing like footwork drills like and outside the ladder with like the hexagons and all the different like tiny little different individual cones.
mhm.
Like I did not see that a lot from receivers, and now like every single receiver constantly in the off season, you see like clips of them just doing all these different footwork and agility drills. Like you said, like I feel like that plays a lot into it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember coaches telling us growing up, like, you can't teach speed. And then getting older and learning more about training and specific types of training and then, anatomy. Like, no, you actually can train speed.
Yeah, to a
You just have
certain
to know what you're
degree.
doing.
Yeah, like you
And that
can.
same principle applies to a lot of lateral quickness and which, applies a lot in the shorter breaking routes.
It's the quick twitch muscles. Like
Hmm.
some people are born innately with more quick twitch
Without a
muscles,
doubt.
but you can still train some of your slower twitchers to like get into quick twitchers. It's
Hmm.
difficult to do, and like you said, you have to know what you're doing, but it's not
It's
impossible.
yeah,
Like you're
it's
never
difficult.
gonna
Yeah.
turn your 4.55 40 to like a 4.3, but you can really improve on your agility and your three cones, and maybe drop your 40 from like a 4.55 to a 4.5 or like a 4.52.
Hmm. Well, it depends what age you're working with too, because I mean, you can drop a high school junior from a 4.85 to a 4.4 in by the time they're a high school senior if you're working with the right
Yeah,
athlete.
especially those guys don't know how to run. Like you're
Hmm.
correcting form. Yeah, like you said, their bodies are underdeveloped. Yeah, really, really fun first round, man. That was a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I thought it was going to be kind of boring, not a lot of trades. But the trades that did happen were like spicy trades.
Yeah, I was not expecting that, especially at number 2.
Yeah, number two, like starting off that early, that hot, was like, whoa. Like, all right, all right.
The Giants taking Dart also is just like,
It's still mind boggling to me, man.
hmm.
Trading up to 25 to take Dart. Like, who are you even trading up in front of at that point? Like, you're maybe trading up in front of the Rams? But, like,
And no, it's the same thing they did with Daniel Jones. Like, you could have gotten him so much later, and they decided it was best to take him at 6.
yeah, I don't think any, especially for Dart, because, like, are we really thinking the Browns are going to trade up for Dart? Like, they're probably trading up for Shador if they're trading up for anybody.
Yeah.
And
You
it's
know what
like,
that tells me?
and with the
Either.
Rams, like, they're win now mode. Like, I,
Hmm. No, yeah, they. Dart was not going to go in the first round, I don't think, if the Giants didn't take him.
No, I don't think so.
To me, what that shows is that either Brian Daboll really thinks that he can do a lot more than what I think might be expected of him, or the owners just don't give any deference to the head coach.
Yeah, or like to Wilson or Winston. He's like, I don't care. He's like, we need a new face, and that does happen. Like owners do get involved, some more than others. Like with Chris Ballard at the Colts and the Panthers GM. Sometimes those guys get very, very, very involved, and sometimes other ones don't really. But like sometimes it does happen.
Do you think the Jaguars are going to use Hunter as a wide receiver much?
I think they do. I think it's the perfect spot for him because you have Brian Thomas, you have Gabe Davis, you have Parker Washington. Like you have enough dudes there that you're not forced to play Hunter a ton of snaps at wide receiver, but Hunter's still an improvement over all those guys. So like if you like anytime you want to throw him in, you feel more than comfortable throwing him in. And then same in like the cornerback room, they said they like Jacorian Bennett on the outside. Tyson Campbell's on the outside, but he's had a lot of injury concerns. Like you're more than comfortable throwing him on the outside for some relief snaps or plugging him in the slot, putting him in on nickel or dime snaps. Like I think it's perfect. Like he's in a really fluid spot where he might not have to like really start at either, but he can play a ton of snaps at both.
I wasn't here for the first couple picks while you were streaming. What are your thoughts on Cam Ward? He's somebody who I also saw play in person, and he was just incredible.
Yeah, I like him a lot actually. I watched him and Shador back in early February because I was originally that was going to be my first video I recorded. It was a 41-minute video on Cam Ward. I didn't end up posting it because I ended up looking for more jobs during that time, and I just like didn't get into YouTube at the time. But ended up not posting that video. But even during that time, I thought Cam Ward was number one. He's been my number one throughout this whole process. I don't think there's like a giant gap between him and Shador. Like if someone told me they had Shador over him, I wouldn't agree, but like I wouldn't be super bewildered by it. I have a very very bottom like true first round grade on Cam Ward. It's like right on the fringe of being a 1 to 2.
On Cam Ward?
Yeah, on Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm.
It's still true first round grade though. It's just like not top 10, not top 5, or like not top end of true first round. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a floor he has. For all the tape that I watched on him at Miami, they actually made him play quarterback. Like he actually did have to set protections. He did have to make full field reads. Yes, there was a lot of times where he was holding on to the ball a lot longer than he should have been, but there was a lot of flashes of him playing on time too as well, and finding the soft spots in zone quickly off the snap, being able to get off his first read and scan the rest of the field and find an outlet. It wasn't extremely consistent. Like yeah, there's those times where he does hold the ball very long. He doesn't see the check down, and he's playing hero ball. But at the same time, when he does play hero ball, he's got all the athleticism and the strength to be able to find and vision to be able to find lanes, get outside the pocket, break sacks, throw the ball while getting taken down. And when he does get out of the pocket, he's not just looking to scramble immediately. He's kind of like Lamar Jackson in that sense, where he's perfectly fine scrambling and he's got everything he can to scramble. But when he's getting outside the pocket, he's looking downfield first to see if there's anywhere he can go with the ball. Like I like Cam Ward a lot. I think he still does have a lot to go. His accuracy needs a lot more consistency. I really liked his ball placement. I thought his ball placement was pretty good when he gets the ball in the catch radius, but actually getting it to the catch radius just wasn't super consistent. But I think he's really good. I think I actually like his floor a little bit better than Shador's right now, and his ceiling is higher. So I love that pick for them.
Yeah, as much as I hate Washington State, Cam Ward is one of those guys who, you know, when I watched him play, which was his last year at Washington State, so 2 years ago, he wasn't getting much draft talk at that point. And Washington State was a team that was not very highly regarded in terms of roster talent, but they were a team that was playing, you know, above average. I think they were like 8-4 that year. And that was UW's undefeated season, and Washington State was the final game. And, you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say Washington State had deserved to win that game because of Cam Ward, just as much as UW did.
Yeah.
And he's just one of those guys where, like I said it, you know, I was pounding the table hard all year that year for Penix, obviously, and I still believe that Penix is one of those guys who he's just special. He has that it factor of being able to make the play. I mean, you have to remove the championship game, so there's, you know, a valid argument to be made about pressure, I suppose, even though I still think it was more of a factor of Odunze and the head coach. But, you know, I'm a Penix believer. What can I say? But as Cam Ward is another one of those guys I was just like, he blew me away. He was like, that guy is incredible. He's special. He just has that awareness that is so rare of making good decisions of when to carry, when to extend the play, and then also just being able to read a defense quickly and find the weak spot, change, like, he just, yeah. But, and then he ended up going number 1 overall, which also shocks me. I didn't think that he would end up, and, you know, at the time, I never thought that he'd be number 1 overall pick, especially seeing as Penix only went at number 7, and I thought Penix should have been the number 1 pick. I still think Penix should have been the number 1 pick, but
He played well last year, honestly. He didn't look bad.
And Penix would have been the number 1 pick this year.
There is an actual argument for that. I think that's something that people don't really understand. Is like, there's no guarantee that Cam Ward would have won even before like Bo Nix or Penix in this last class. Like, yeah, there's an argument for him going because of the
JJ
arm, the
McCarthy. The Vikings
athleticism.
would have taken McCarthy over Ward, and
I think they would
I
have
don't
too.
like Michigan, and I would have taken McCarthy over Ward.
I don't think I would take McCarthy over Ward personally. I like Ward a lot, but I understand like there is a real argument. Like, it's not like Ward is this clear cut number 1 overall pick. Like I said, like, he's at the very end of a true first round grade for me.
Yeah, you don't like JJ McCarthy.
I wasn't a big JJ McCarthy guy coming out. I don't hate him at all. I didn't see him as like a top 10 pick. Just it was a lot of projection.
Yeah, I think that's fair with him. I mean, he wasn't asked to do enough to make you confident from a scouting perspective and like a sample size perspective that he can do what you're asking, but he's just a guy has all the intangibles. He has the athleticism. He has, from my point of view, he has just the sweet spot of like intelligence, of where he's just smart enough to be able to competently study and be like diligent and disciplined, but also not too smart to where it's like you're too good or you're too smart for your own good.
Mm-hmm.
And then that, can have a negative effect similarly as being somebody who's not quite smart enough for their own good.
Yeah.
As far as being a competent NFL quarterback goes. I don't know, I have high hopes for him. Honestly, I was devastated with the pick, frankly. Obviously, you were there.
Yeah. I think for all the spots for him to go, though, that was like the best spot for him to go.
Mm-hmm. I've come around to it, though, definitely. And I am a big JJ McCarthy believer. I think that I genuinely do think that the Vikings are going to at least win 2 playoff games this year.
Yeah, I think they
I do have the highest hopes for this year that I've had in a long time.
Yeah, I don't think that roster has fallen off from what they were last year, like at all, and they've only plugged up and like ensured that offensive line more.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of how much can they pick up with JJ and theirs now with Darnold gone. Which like,
dude, there's no way McCarthy is worse than Darnold.
And that's like the biggest thought is like, even if McCarthy isn't great, like I don't see a world where he doesn't at least give you Darnold level play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm very confident that he's going to be fine. Like I said, like it's not that I dislike him at all. I wouldn't have taken him that high, but like he's in a situation where he's going to do just fine. Just fine.
Yeah, and now as long as that Donovan Jackson pick pans out decently well, I think the Vikings are undeniably a top 5 offensive line unit now.
Oh yeah, 100%. Your 2 tackles already give you guys the floor of like a top half, and adding in Fries, adding in Kelly, like that already makes it a really good unit just with like one hole.
Yeah.
And then now you add in a first round guard. It's like that's like guaranteed top 5 just off the top of my head.
Plus, you still have Blake Brandel, who started all season last year.
So yeah, it's not like your depth's terrible either. All right, are you available at all for round 2 tomorrow? I'm definitely not going to stream it, but I'm probably going to be tuning in.
Do you know what time round 2 starts? Is it the same time?
It usually starts at like 3 o'clock. They start it earlier. I'm pretty sure it's 3, and then it'd be 3 for me. So I think it'd be 1 for you.
Are you sure that's not day 3?
I'm pretty sure day 3 starts at like noon. Let's see.
Starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow for me. So
4 p.m. for you? That's 6 for me. I might be able to.
I'm not 100% sure. There's a good chance that I'll be able to, though.
Okay. Let me know, because this is going to be such a fun round 2, man. I expect a lot of movement.
Yeah, it's going to be painful for me just watching all this talent go.
Yeah, that's going to be so rough.
At least the Vikings have a pick in the 3rd round, technically, now. So.
Maybe you guys move somebody. You never know.
I don't know. I don't know who we would move. We already cut Bradbury. I think we already cut Ed Ingram, but maybe not.
Yeah, Ed Ingram's gone.
I don't know who else I would be comfortable moving.
Yeah, that is very fair. Very rough spot. I was very surprised you guys didn't trade out. Like, I get the Donovan Jackson spot, but honestly, you guys probably could have traded to 33 and still got that.
Yeah, I think if you believe in him and you think that that's the guy to do what you need to do, I think absolutely go take him. But it puts a little bit more pressure on, this guy's got to be a long-term starter and above average.
There's definitely more expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a late first rounder, there's not a ton, but like he's a guard, so there's gonna be expectations day 1.
Yeah.
All right, my man. I think I'm going to call it there before my girlfriend screams at me because it has been 4 hours. But that was a
Okay.
very successful stream. I really appreciate you hopping on with me, man. I really do.
Yeah, thanks for having me. That was fun.
Yeah, we
It was
peaked
fun
out
to
at
do this.
we had like
Yeah.
5 viewers for like an hour and a half. That was pretty cool. Some of the
Nice.
boys
That's
hopping
probably
in.
more than NFL Network.
Yeah, take that, Daniel Jeremiah. Yeah, I
All
really
right.
appreciate it.
Well, I'll
I
see.
love our yearly draft call. It's always a good time.
Yeah. I'll try and be able to hop on a call with you tomorrow, but at the very least, I'll be in contact with you.
Alrighty. Sounds
All right.
good, my man.